I got the camera turned the wrong way. All right, there we are. Okay, thank you, Father. Everything is done in your time. Nothing's not done by your will. Well, their self-will, but I know you write and create all things. People are allowed to send themselves through the word pornea or through the word idolatry. So here we are, a few hours from my last chance to get a hold of the prosecuting attorneys trying to prosecute my son illegally. If he's the prosecuting attorney, he's trying to prosecute my son, and I'm facing charges for hindering prosecution under the affirmative defense. I have the right to protect my son from illegal prosecution from this district attorney. So I know I have documented this case will leave this county. That's what these people have forgotten, that it can't stay here forever. And so they're making a huge, and I know it's Father doing it, terrible, terrible, terrible mistake. I've tried everything I can. There's so much discovery. There's thousands of hours now, which will be pulled into federal court after it leaves here. So if tomorrow nothing comes through, if today I need anybody who sees this as an emergency broadcast, I am not being sensational. I need you to call Ted Martin at 1-541-947-6009 and tell him vacate trial. I have proof of a mistrial. I have over and over and over provided evidence to the DA, to the clerk's office, in court and open court. I had replayed the recording. It will show up in the background, and I said twice to whatever judge, I don't think that was Vandenberg, he's not a judge or clerk, but we'll play the game with the vernacular, the vocabulary. So this is your chance to call to action, to actually do something. You can make a difference. I need you to call Ted Martin, the district attorney in Lake County, Oregon, and tell him to vacate trial. They're not going to let you talk to him. Just say vacate trial, Tracy Werner, vacate trial. And they'll know what I'm talking about, because I already did this all in open court. I'm just making more discovery, more evidence. So when this gets pulled into this federal trial, that there'll be no way that anybody will squeak, and get away from this. Ted Martin will be out of office. They vacated my trial, so that did work in open court. I did file in an open, motion in court. So he said it was record that I have challenged Judge Vandenberg's judicial capacity. I did it more than once in open court, that he's not operating in an Article 3 court. He's just a clerk, and I put that on record. I challenged that jurisdiction. I subrogated the bond, exercised my rights. That means I took all that hundreds of millions of dollars back that they were trying to take, or a portion of it. I just took all of it as one lump, and now it's not going anywhere. There's no trial for me. They vacated the trial. Now I need them to vacate Elijah Werner's trial. Now you can help me here. I only have a few hours left. We'll still provide discovery. Call Ted Martin, 1-541-947-6009. Just say Trace or Elijah Werner vacate trial. They know if they make the mistake by taking this to trial, I've already played this. We'll go ahead for record. We'll just knock this out and keep it. This is what I've done since they kept me in jail illegally after this for trying to hinder prosecution. There's a thing called affirmative defense. Even in the Constitution, remember, if they make a law that's not constitutional, you don't have to follow it. If they're trying to prosecute you, I don't care who they are, whether it's the feds or somebody trying to prosecute somebody illegally, you have right under affirmative defense to protect them from prosecution. Now they're charging me with the felony statute, which I'm not a statute, or I'm not a mandate. I don't follow mandates or do codes or ordinances, because those are all for commerce, and I'm not engaged in capital letter any kind of behavior under capital letter. So I was not arrested under the name capital letter T or small, right? All capital letters. They know I've made it very clear when at the time of arrest, I said, I am Apocalypse. I am Revelation. I have a birth name that they gave me, my parents, but they really can't prove, because in the case of any case, they have to prove, the state has the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And there's no way they could say that my name was capital letters, prove it in any way. But it doesn't matter, because I already took the money from them, what is called your TIN, or it's a merchant number. It's just a number. This is all about accounting. There's no judges in a first and fourth court circuit. They're not acting in judicial capacity. They don't have any. They're actors, and they're just a judge in a robe. And I did that and made, I believe, history yesterday, where I challenged Dave Vanderberg that he's just a clerk and he's not a judge. He's just an actor. He's working for the chief of finance, which is Ted Martin. So I need you to call him right now, the prosecuting attorney, and tell him to vacate the trial. They have vacated my trial because they can't go forward. I took all the money. They don't. Why would they go forward? All the money is held up. They can't make any more money on that trial. So they vacated it. They had some pre-trial, whatever, on J6 Insurrection Day, but I'm not concerned. That can't be, if there's no trial set, then you can have a pre-trial. This is a big oxymoron. But this is about after this gets to appellate court. If they try to convict my son in the next 2 days, I have 100% evidence to prove his innocence, and then prove that they made him like a slave, targeted him because of me, because of my political activism with my mouth, my First Amendment. Congress shall establish no law. I'm a veteran, okay, prohibiting the exercise of free speech and of the press. So always stick a camera in a cop sucker's face. They have no right to privacy. When those clowns with the badges, the fake clown suits they're wearing, they're engaging commerce on you. Why your capital letter name, your TIN, or what is called your merchant number, you gave that up because you won't claim it. They took care of it because you're a child. And if you don't understand, that's okay. I can't stop but teaching. Tomorrow. If you can do anything right now, Scorpio lady, you can call 947 area code 541. Criminal Lake County, Oregon, where I live. But this father will, not me. We made history yesterday. If you go look yesterday at the live streams, Scorpio, I put the fake clerk judge and the chief of finance. I didn't say anything him to open court, but he had to be there. I didn't address Ted Martin, the chief of finance. He is called a prosecuting attorney, or what some people refer to as a DA, a district. See, they don't have any authority. I believe this is a Fourth Circuit court. It's not an Article 3 court, and so they are really not actually have under Title 18 have any jurisdiction, because they're not operating in a judicial capacity. So I put the clerk court, David Vanderberg, on notice and said, you're not a judge. You don't have any judicial capacity. The only way that you can take back this money after I just subrogated it, I'll file for a power of attorney. So you can't get it back. It's mine. I have it now secured. It's locked up. I know it is, because they didn't want to go forward. They vacated that case because there's no money to be made. They can't extort that merchant number. So I'm not some capital TRACY. I told them that at the time of arrest. I am Apocalypse. I'm Revelation. And when I went on record, we made history. We made record that day when they put me yesterday in open court on the microphone. I made record that my name was not all in capital letters. Some lady snickered in the background. They cackle like Kamala Allah Akbar heresy. They all have that cackle. But anyways, I had exercised my right of what is called subrogation, which means I'm taking the money you tried to take from me, my merchant number. They made a movie about you, because I'm sure that I know there's only, but I have to do this. It's just what it is. It's by the number of us. There's only 3 of you in here. It says you're all merchants, and you've never claimed that, so you're a child. And I'm not trying to be down, but if you'll take this back, they do this because you won't take it. You won't say anything. You'll go in and be scared like the Wizard of Oz with that big screen up there. They want you to be afraid, be very afraid. Remember the whole Bung Julio, the vid, the roll up your sleever, Operation Warp Speed. So we really need a call to action today. You can make a difference. All I'm asking you to do is to call 1-501-947-6009 and tell the Ted Martins. They won't let you talk to him. You can ask, can I speak to Ted Martin? But just say, say vacate Elijah Werner, vacate trial, mistrial, because I have the proof right here. Watch, I'll prove that this is a mistrial. And I've already sent this. I've already called. I will recall that I said this to the lady. See, he doesn't even have a phone you can talk to. That's crazy. There's no message. You can't leave the chief of finance, who fronts as a prosecuting attorney. He's not. I have under affirmative defense the right, even if I left my house that day, told Elijah don't stop the vehicle, because I'm not going to let him get thrown in a rape cage. They want to do the same thing to me, and they did take my daughter and illegally accosted her Miranda rights. They heard something about "Don't Stop." Maybe that was me. Maybe she was listening to some music. Don't stop, get it. Maybe Elijah had his hand down her, over on her, between her legs. I said, I don't what come on, beyond a reasonable doubt. Even if she did, you're going to convict her, or whatever they're trying to do. Again, throw her in a rape cage or whatever. They're going to try to get her a bargain. I think she already took a bargain for the bar. The bar is the queen. That's a piece of paper, like a actual contract that used to be written. It's merchant. No, these were contracts written in trust. This is all going by the book 1611. King James Bible is how this has been decoded. There's a Tampa Bay. There's already, look up Trez event Tampa Day 1983. Under this merchant number, it can be taken back and billed out at 1983. The payout Tampa Bay Trez event that's the calculation that you put in to take the bond back. That's your social security number. It's not a social security, it's a credit to your name at birth. It's written in capital letters. It's a card. You call it a social security card, but it's actually a Euro card. And they're playing tricks on you, like sleight of hand, and trying to tell you that judge is has judicial. He has 100% zero capacity. If he can prove he's acting in the third article court under Title 18, not a subsection, then he does have that capacity. But none of these judges, and 99% there's only one article court. There is three, a first and a fourth and a third. So the third is judicial, first is administrative, fourth is territorial, and fourth and first are administrative. So I took that money from them, my subrogation of that money, and said, like in Tampa Bay 1983, this was able to be taken. There's legislature. Go look it up. The calculation per minute was $1,380 a minute that can taken from that bond. So times 3 of rated inflation today, the debt calculator, I think it says, and that's just money in circuit. But anyway, it's like 36 trillion. If I paid you 36 trillion, a million a day would take me 360,000 years just to pay you 1 trillion. I could stack dollars, not like this, but like this on end, and go to the moon and back 4 times. That's a lot of dollars. That's just paper. That's not money. Money has to be, in order to be money, has to be a store of value. And the paper, IOU, debt note, circulation, the ones in current, have all gone to zero or 4,000, except for these ones in circulation. At this point, this one's lost at least 98% of its purchasing power. Money is it's all sleight of hand, brothers and sisters. Even the money system sleight of hand. The big banksters about ready to digitally track and take this to a ball and chain system where you're tracked to like you got anonymity. Bitcoin. It's a central. Hello, there's your ball. Digital chain and currency. They're going to bring out this CBDC. Mr. Thump loves it. Remember Chump? He's going to do the digital, age, all this nonsense. He already had all his buddy. Remember, he's the first one to stop Bitcoin the first time, at the first stop. So look into it. I know economics. I do all things by the numbers. So as long as it's just equation, and you stop thinking that this man is like a man that has authority. David Vandenberg is not a judge. He's front, and I put him on front and subrogated that bond in open court yesterday. And I did that, and I made note, and he said record, I made my record that I will file for the power of attorney over that straw man. That's that Wizard of Oz movie that I was telling you they made about you. If you only had a brain, you would know this, and if you did have a brain, you would go back and take this immediately. You would never let them do this. This frees up money going to kill Ukrainians, Iranians, Israelis, Yemens. We've just destroyed this constitutional republic, but I'm not under that corporation because of my name. You have to willingly invite an vampire. I think that's like True Blood. You have to invite them in. Yeah, it's like the mark of the beast, which is not a physical mark. It's karak. The word is character. It's what you go after. So you have to willingly. There will be no physical mark of the beast. There will be no physical Israel. There is no physical Antichrist. These people thinking that a computer can learn, then they're going to give it some kind of feelings and then rights. They're going to give a computer rights. That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard. Like Terminator or something, like I'll be back, John Connor. No, release the Boston Dynamic robots on the population, and that's a good way to. Well, you wouldn't even have to whack them. Boy, that'd be a good way to, like the movies. They just do it all by the script. Yeah, remember? No, is it? Maybe they're Elon's. Who's they? Where do they get out of? I think they got out of the laboratory and escaped from the Wuhan lab. Maybe it was maybe they ate something at the market or something. This is all being played by the script, and so it's all an act. It's called if you remember the movie Wizard of Oz, I'll get you, little dog, Toto, too, right? I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. If you only had a brain, you'd be made of straw and you'd wish you had one, but that's why you don't know what I'm talking about, because you don't have any. You're an idiot when it comes to this. You've given up to this corporation, and all crimes are crimes of Congress under Article 1, Article 4. There's no judge in a capacity of jurisdiction unless they're in Article 3, and they have to prove that to be able to, if you challenge the judge, because he's just a clerk working for the chief of finance, in this case, Ted Martin, the prosecuting attorney is trying to prosecute me and my son, and I have affirmative defense no matter what to protect myself or anybody from what is called illegal prosecution, even by the law. People think, oh no, the law is everything. There's always everything they do is the whole system is a sham. All crimes are crimes of commerce. Even if they charge somebody like they're trying to charge me with a felony, 2 felonies of hindering and downright prosecution, which is illegal because I have the right of affirmative defense. So they're just a bunch of idiots. They're actually just ramrodding people. 97% of cases you guys call it an agreement. That's what you did. You willingly gave your agreement, but it's not a plea agreement. It's called a bargain. There's that bar. When you think of bar, think of the queen. This is a paper contract from the beginning of merchant law, merchant numbers. And on this piece of paper, since it's written, if you don't honor this contract, you'll have to double back. So you know, and I'm looking into that. But their calculator is $1,380 a minute against this merchant number that you can take back. You just have to subrogate. That means, well, stay on the channel. All my channels, the last 7 or 8 videos have been demonetized, so I definitely know that we're over the target, baby. Yeah, they can't get any more monetized. I don't care about that. Don't matter anyways. So, okay. Anyway, so this piece of paper was called merchant, or this was to the queen. This goes back before you're probably even understanding, because you believe history is written in a book. But anyways, it was written down on a piece of paper. And if you didn't honor this, because you didn't honor it, see, anybody could change it, but it was an honor system where it was written down. This is your merchant number, how they did this. And because you don't know this is going on, this is not a constitutional republic anymore. They changed that. This is a democracy and it's a corporation. It's not a constitutional republic. And as soon as you figure this out, that man sitting up there acting in a 1st or 4th, article court, acting as a circuit judge, working for the chief of finance, who's not a prosecuting attorney. He's an accountant, chief of finance. Everybody works for him. The judge works for him. The public defender who works for the bar, tries to get you to take a plea bargain, because that's your number that they could merchant. So yesterday, history was made, I believe. We'll see. Not because I don't have legal. I mean, that's the attorney. I really put him on Front Street. You might want to see a historical video. It was yesterday's case. It was a hearing where they violated tremendously and been continuously. If you break my Miranda right to adequate or counsel, then you've automatically broken my 6th Amendment right to fair or speedy trial, because I have to now hire a new attorney under the Constitution. Even any delay under a 6th Amendment is a violation of the law. So I know my rights. So anyways, yesterday they vacated the trial. So I only have a little bit of time. What I'd like you to do, if you could, you don't have to. I mean, you will become evidence if you're afraid. If you're scared, go to church or something. I don't know what to tell you. No, don't go to houses made by hands. He don't dwell in houses made by hands. There's no physical Antichrist. There's no physical Israel. There's no physical Jews. That's over 2,600 years ago this covenant was made. So anyways, this piece of paper here was a trust, and because you're an idiot and you don't know anything about that, it's not an insult. They've taken it from you from birth. They're a child. And I apologize. You got to be 7. That's the number of maturity, to be 7. So this is all done by the script. Sure, the King James calculator makes this equate. This is what Carl Washington has figured out. The Tampa Bay Treasevant case of 1983 shows the calculation of $1,380 a minute. If you times that by 3 today, that's the rate of inflation. And I beg to differ. I think it's much higher, but we'll use this current rate of inflation. And so that's what, $4,800 a minute. So any of your case for, and I put them, very important that you put them on notice of liability. That's what I did in open court too. I did these multiple times. I believe I was able to say these things over multiple times to duplicate, like Christ to witnesses was a contract, like a bill of marriage or a bill of divorce. So it's just numbers. As soon as you stop lying to yourself, it's like them telling you when you go to, it's like they're trying to force you to buy something at Walmart. They're a corporation, a subsidized corporation, in cooperation with the Department of Homeland Security. They're pigs. People in government. Walmarts are pigs. People in government. Anybody in government is a pig. So start calling them pigs, and God does not us to cast our pearls before swine or sup with swine. We give them the love, show them the narrow way. So I'm showing them the narrow way, and Father said, all right, go ahead, do the calculation, and I'll pour out a just measure. And it does. I'll show you. It does. The calculator. Carl Washington did the calculator. 9-day credit. He served 1 day of 60. They give him a, start thinking it's just accounting and not judges and law. There's no law going on. It's not judicial. It's your merchant number. They're taking this money from you because you're a child. But this is truly worked. I've given you case law calculation numbers that you can actually add and see. There's law. You see this happen. When they confined Carl Washington, it was a man who just got in a legal battle over his divorce, and they ended up just attacking him. The system's very brutal. They want that money from him. They want that bar gain. They don't care. 98.5% of cases do not render a jury verdict. No, you let them gain bar gain, then they put you in the mate so you can get full of semen, or cellmate. You'll become a cellmate full of semen because you're in the, oh, careful, Bob's in there. Big Bob, and they'll double stuff you like an Oreo. So this is true. This is true, and you'll pay them to do it. That's, you'll willingly give your. So this paper is a contract, and it's a merchant number, and you think that judge is a judge, and he's not. He's not enacting in an Article 3 court, and there's only one judicial court. So yesterday, we'll see, because I'm still we'll file all these motions on paper, but it doesn't matter too, because I have the recording. I recorded the whole conversation because I was via telephone. That the judge said you made your record. So it's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's it. It's done. That's why they vacated the trial, because there's no more trial of Tracy, capital Tracy, Werner. They know I took that money. So whether I get it back, and I will calculate it at the current rate. So $4,800 a minute times an hour. Does anybody want to do the math on that? Times however many they held me for 14 days. So do the math on that. Times 24 hours in a day times 14 days, and I can start with that. Anybody good with a calculator? Do that for me real quick. Take 1380 times 3. That's a minute. Let's do it by the number, guys. It has to be done by the 1611 scripture too. That's the only way it worked. Every other number, every other scripture, every other way, it didn't work. Only by the 16. I know this is from Father, because he said, I will pour out a just measure. Babylon will receive twice the judgments. So it's going to be poured out on this corporation now. It will pour back. It's double. It's merchant law. You broke the contract. You told these people that there's some kind of, you're a judge or not. You're a clerk working for the chief of finance. They call themselves a prosecuting attorney. But I do think, because if you will call Ted Martin's office right now, 541-947-6009, say Elijah Werner vacate trial, mistrial, they'll know, okay, so let's document the evidence to show you that this will 100% be a mistrial when it goes to appellate. If they do convict Elijah, I'll be able to see him in a few days, which I'm He's such a strong man to stand and know that he's not even getting any counsel, and he still hasn't taken a bar and let him get himself stuffed, double stuffed, and have to eat a cock meat sandwich by Big Bob. So good for that very strong man. He's not the 98.5% that take a bar gain and pay to get full of seaman. Well, it's a merchant law. Well, they call it maritime. Some people call it's a straw man. They made a movie about you. Remember, if you only had a brain, you wouldn't be so childish and you would understand these things. You'd have taken the time to figure it out. It's not, I know it seems like it's not real, but you've been played. It's just an actor. They eyes to your vision. They pay visual and verbal boo to you. They channel you, and you got stung when you were as a child with the spelling bee. You don't know how to probably most people, when I say math, they run. I say calculator, they run. People are very afraid of numbers. Numbers are he does everything by the number. Remember, 7 is the number of judgments. In this case, he'll pour out an equal measure, okay? And it will be here on this rock, because there's no millennial reign of Christ. He's here with us now. Father's with us now in our hearts. He said he'd make a covenant and come back and prepare a place. That's when he comes back, for when the dead are raised, the 7th seal, 777. See, I do all this. He does this. Everything. I am apocalypse. I am revelation. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse, brothers, sisters, thanks for coming in. We're going to make a little record here of this inadequate counsel of the investigator who came and criminally trespassed when asked had warrant. Doesn't matter. That's a violation of my 4th Amendment. I don't care why he's here. Even if he's serving pay, I don't care if they're the government, Department of Justice. I don't care who they are, Donald McChump or whoever this is. They're not going to come on this property. If they accidentally, it's not illegal to come on private property, even if it's clearly posted. We have people who rat shoot out here. They shoot the whistle pigs, or you guys might call them prairie dogs, I think back east. But anyways, in the hole they go, or you can wander on somebody's property on accident. Maybe you don't know. Maybe it's not clearly marked. But even if it's clearly marked, that doesn't give you the right just to shoot somebody under your 4th Amendment. You have the right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. If you feel that violated just look at the rest of your 4th Amendment. If you deem them intruder, that they're going to cause secure, you feel like they're going to cause threat to your house's papers, persons, your dirt. I don't care what it is. All came from the dirt, but just whatever, your wife-shaped dirt, your kid-shaped dirt, your quad-shaped dirt, your house-shaped dirt. If they come to take something and you feel that they could cause harm under this 4th Amendment, you have the right to deem the necessary force. And there's fines if somebody breaks this, so you know. I will continue I'm pursuing criminal charges, and the chief of finance, Ted Martin, will not pursue the gate. This is all live streamed. I asked, it's not illegal to enter private property, brothers and sisters, but what if you had maybe taken the wrong medicine? Your caregiver gave you the wrong medicine. It's not illegal under the Constitution, under 4th Amendment. But if you're told to leave and you do not exit, that is a 4th Amendment violation. And John Mogul could have been shot dead. And I had no intentions to ever do anything of the sort. But what a foolish man. And I tried to continue. I told him 18 times. That's criminal trespassing, brothers and sisters. And this chief of finance is not doing it. He's trying to go after my son still. I have called I don't call 911. I call the non-emergency line. I have conversation with the dispatch and speak to, I'm just a glorified secretary is what they always say. I know. So is that judge. He's a clerk. He's not a judge. He ain't no different than that dispatch or the little lady at the front window who says, hey, can I see my number there? Or am I on the docket? Oh, yeah, here you are, Tracy Werner. That's not my name right there in capital letters, just so you know. I'll make sure you don't. I don't care what's wrong with your system. At a time of rest, that's not my name. It's capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y, capital W, small e, small r, small n, small e, small r, for the record. So I did clarify. I know when I go in there and that judge, he's going to think I think he's a judge. He's not. He's a clerk, just like you. He has no judicial capacity. So we challenged Dave Vanderberg yesterday in open court and circuit court. I forget, I don't know what the number is. I believe it's an Article 4 court, so it has no judicial capacity because it's not, there's 3, it's not the 3rd. They vacated the trial. It's working. Some pre-trial, but they can't have a trial for something there when there's no counsel, because the counsel who I put on Front Street, you might want to go watch the video. It is Horse historical record was made. Thank you, Father, did it, not me. Give all glory to him. I'm just a vessel. I already could have died a long time ago, and I didn't get cheated at all. And I'm excited to die. But not until he said we must endure to the end. So I can't. I have to stay in this flesh no matter how hard. Thalipsis is the word tribulation, and I won't be a sucker fish like these 22 veterans, filthy veterans who kill themselves every day. He said you have to endure to the end. How are you going to go to Father and the Son if you take your own life? You're like being a God. He said you have to endure. So I don't see anything, and I'm a teacher and a pastor of this gospel. If you take your own life, how are you going to be with? You're not. How? Explain it to me. Don't change one jot or tittle. If you take, he said you have to endure to the end to be saved. That's the ones who go to the Lamb's feast, the wedding, and you take your own life. Never will do it. If they whack me, brothers, sisters, they martyred me. I never did it here. Trust you me. They already brought, 30 men with guns to try to kill me that day? Go watch the Lot SWAT raid. Their intentions were to get me out of this house with a gun. Evidence will show in a federal court. There's too many witnesses. The people up at the restaurants that I defended during the COVID, their right to try to get the sheriff's office to come out and protect them so they didn't have to have OSHA shut their hours and restrict. And we're just like, no, we're going to do business as normal out here. We're this township. We're not even a town. Fuck you, Cap Brown and Michael Taylor. If you don't want to get involved and get the sheriff's out, well, then fuck you too. Then you pig. You are supposed to be protecting this community. Is that why you won't do anything about Tony Carson, the rapist? Guys, these guys are, I called to apologize for the cursing. If you understand, that's a war. What that means is the bird, to flip the bird. And my mouth has been filthy. I'm under a little bit of stress. You can find thousands of hours where I'm not, never cuss when I talk about the word. I apologize to you. I'm not sorry. I am who I am. I am apocalypse. I am revelation. Sometimes you got to dig through, eat the meat, and spit out the bones, brothers. They would cut their middle finger off because this was the U bow that you would pull so they would flip the bird to them because they would pluck their U bow. They would pluck. It was a tree. It was a U tree, and they would make a bow. So the term "fuck you" and flipping the bird is not cursing. You're just a fucking idiot. So idiot means idiotos, which means you don't know. You're uneducated. You're a simple man. I'm not saying that we should use words like those, brothers, sisters. I'm not saying that what I'm doing is right, but at least know what the fuck you're saying. So, you can pluck you and cut their finger off, and they because they would cut that finger off. That was the finger you would pluck the U-bow with. There's some history for you, okay? It's war. It's biblical. I believe it was France again, the ones who came for their gold, if I'm not mistaken. Just look it up, please. So I apologize for the cursing. Curse, spells. Interesting. Pastor Apocalypse is always talking about every single jot and making sure so I again apologize for these tittles, yods, jots, conglomeration. I shouldn't, but I am what I am, brothers, sisters. But I'm not Broadway Tracy Werner, so written in all capital letters. I will never submit to that. And so, you don't like it? Pluck you! Oh, my bad. Thank you, Brother Dodge. I appreciate your continual support of the ministry. Thank you for not spelling I've been called Terry, Stacy, Sean, and Jeremy than I more have ever been called the word Tracy. So, so I don't even really recognize that name. Because you often hear me like, why do you call me that? Were you there when my parents were smoking pot and doing mushrooms and my mom was on birth control and they probably went out to the doctors and did some acid or something back in the day. They probably had some strong, we don't give the site to, I don't know, maybe mushrooms. But how do you know I was there? How do you know that contract? You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Tracy. And I know I wasn't Tracy before I came in this flesh, and I won't. So why do people keep calling me that? I rebuke Tracy. My Father, I am. Shiloh, my love. That's all that I am. I'm not even this flesh. Like Terminator, John Connor, Shiloh, Lazarus, that's, the raising from the dead in the tomb that day with the folded face mask. the veil, neatly folded. I'll be back. That was the return. He said he would, and he'd burn this place with fire. Shallow is my love, and I don't care what happens, but I have to continue to walk in this flesh, endure, sozo, to be carried, picked up, and lifted, brothers, sisters. There it is. Elijah, the one who left in a flaming chariot, John's son, right? What? I am John's son. They call me Tracy John, but not all. He is Elijah John. He's this. Okay, anyways. So carried, lifted, brought, beginning, point, healed, to ending. That's sozo. The word sozo, salvation. You can't be saved. No such thing as being saved. You can't be saved. You are already bought. If you're a bride, you can have your name blotted out. Read the book of Colossians 2 and 14, please. But you'll do it by yourself. You'll put yourself in hell by idolatry, or the word pornea. But there's agape and there's pornea. Anything else is lukewarm. And he said that's vanity. He'll vomit you. Does not the eyes the lamp, darkness light. Remember, they don't mix. That's the first person people that he comes back and deals with when that great and dreadful, great for Orligas, he says in Luke and Matthew, that find that straight gate, because they take that capital T, smaller R, not Broadway, that leads to the Broadway Jesus. Yeah, the one that's in the pit, not some physical Jesus. Christ, you're either with Christ or anti-Christ. Satan is the adversary. Or you satanic, do you the opposition, you change one jot, you're Satan. That's right. That's how it works. Don't start flipping things. That's the word forward, changing, forward, twist, or pervert. Don't be perverted in here, please. We'll throw you out. So narrow is the way. And if that narrow is your capital letter name, and you're not willing to, you're always a Broadway. I guarantee you the word is telling you something, because everything speaks to the word to me. Narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate, not narrow. No, you start out large. This is the horn of plenty. No, this is the lesser than sign, and this is the greater than sign. See, Christ down in here, when you first start, you remember you're over here, big U, the lesser sin sight. When you are willing to deny yourself, as he says in Matthew, right? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily, take up their cross daily, and follow after me. That is the greater than sign. First, he starts small in you, but then he grows. CHRIST. Notice when you deny self, he grows. Wow, that's what Matthew is telling us. Deny idolatry, pornea, self daily. Take up your cross daily. That's that one where he says our hearts are continually filled. It won't stop with wickedness. That's what makes that day. That pushes it back, brother. So there has to be something. It's that he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. Wait a minute. So somebody brought you to Jesus? That's not a possibility. Somebody saved you? That's not. You accept Christ? That's not a possibility. God don't love everybody. Most people are going to hell because they take the broad way, which leads to the wide gate, which leads to the word abyss. So might want to define what this is talking about. I'm a pastor. I teach this so maybe visually you can see what I'm saying. Brother Jim is a pastor and my teacher as well, and the most wealthy man on this rock. Elon Musk only wished the pocket lint that he is to Brother Jim. Not above another, but thank you, Lisa. You understand that. Thank you for always reassuring me that you know that, sister. Thank you, because then I do maybe stand a chance if I don't get my name blotted out. You wouldn't be a Jezebel, you would be a son of God, Lisa. And I know when the sons of God came into Jezebel, you didn't scissor. Remember, we've done this teaching to create the Nephilim. Fallen angels or aliens, but bullies. You know, these people are all perverted. So, no, I'm not. I had some kind of relief. I'm not bleeding 2 days out of my face now after weeks. I'm not bleeding at the face anymore, but I'm having, I don't know. I'll eventually go. I can't go to, remember Joan Rivers? I can't go to an optometrist. I'm exposing that Donald Trump's emergency was 100% fake, with 100% you got it by healthy one under no existing conditions, 99.8% survival rate. How do we know if it was working? 99.9. Remember, I do it by the number. So definitely a fake one. He's going to declare one. Are you guys ready? Day one, he is. It don't matter. They flew these people in there, gave them credit cards, putting them up in hotels. The most violent Trojan horse gang ever on this make MS-13 too. Like Brother Jim is, go see Grace and Truth Ministries if you want the Aletheia, the Gospel, the Daily Cross. There's no comparison to what Mr. Chump and his Morgan, JP Pace, his Uncle John, and all this tech they're about to blue book with the Operation Nanook and Operation Mockingbird and Operation Paperclip. But you don't know the operation. It's fake. Snakes up a pole. You knew I was a snake before you let me in, so I'm concerned about going to a doctor like Joan Rivers when you're exposing that they're all have, these first ladies have 3 head heights, 8 head heights, and have narrower shoulders, wider shoulders than their hips. So something don't add up by the number. So it's not just man shell, because that was Reggie, not Michael. But anyways, you can't have an Adam's apple and be a lady. So anyways, careful when you eat. He said, who's told you were naked? Careful, brothers, sisters, what you partake in. Remember, they used to, if you were any of these things, you were unclean. You had to go and do all these. So I warn you of unclean. Yeah. Transgender Jesus, remember, born in a manger. The one at Don Chump has his house decorated, the first fake. Now he said, they are real, guys. Those are real people, very violent. They'll cut you in pieces. MS-13 is not no joke. Trans Awa is no joke, and they're here. And most of them, Venezuelans, just came for a better life and missed meals to get here. So you're out of luck, Americans. You ain't never missed a day or a meal, most of you. They missed a lot of meals to get here. Good luck with this new, you're dying in the streets as they're getting paid, $25,000 for you to move into a 2-bedroom apartment in Ohio with furnishings. You got to bring your own. They get theirs. You have to pay a power bill. They don't. They have to pay a power bill. No, you do. And you better perfect. What have you been doing on social media? We're going to check your social media too. These people are paid to come here. They're building them in apartment complexes in Aurora, and they are been going down in Texas and stealing water trucks, trying to steal oil out of the largest oil. It's going on. No, everything's awesome. Team America, guys, right? Corporation, you're an idiot. You better get this subjugation going and stop funding this war machine. I figured that out. I was so overcome last night. I couldn't stop thinking about what was done in history. Did we take money from killing Ukrainians yesterday? I don't care if that money ever does come in and any of it gets spread to High Desert Faith and Truth, Grace and Truth Ministries, Church of the Only Begotten Son, this prison organization that wants me to come in. We will spread this out. I don't want a dime from it, but it's locked up. They won't let me out, so they had to vacate the trial. So we call 1-541-947. Let's do this by the number 6009 and call the prosecuting attorney, Ted Martin, tell him to vacate Elijah Werner mistrial. Elijah Werner mistrial. So let's look at some evidence that this proof of a mistrial, and I call for change of venue. I did it all. We'll go over all this recording again. For this, we got time, but please, I need in these next, what time is it? Time is everything. This is the last that I have, and I'm not in panic, brothers and sisters. Everything that Father wants to do, nothing will happen here that's not by, so be not anxious, brothers and sisters. Call Ted Martin, please, at 1-541. You're not going to get to talk to the chief of finance, Ted Martin, the prosecuting attorney, is trying to prosecute me and throw Elijah into a prison. And I have 100% proof. You guys know here, I can 100% clear Elijah from the 180 hours to prove he did that. And then they're going to have to answer. Thank you, Tracy. That's earlier here. So if you don't want to call, please, I won't get all on you like you have to, but you can make a difference right now, guys. Even if we just get 1 or 2 or 3 or more phone calls. They did vacate the trial yesterday, guys. That was huge. We did subrogate that bond or that merchant number. You call it a Social Security number. They sell that on the stock exchange under this corporation called America, which is a treasury. See, it's all about finances, guys. History was made, I believe, yesterday. We'll watch it. You can go watch the video yesterday, and it wasn't me. 1-541-947-6009. And I'm not asking you to get yourself in any trouble. You can say, hey, there's a live stream going right now. He's showing evidence that you don't have to, you can just say Elijah Werner mistrial, vacate trial. He'll understand because I put in, this whole town is aware of this. I say this in this, every time in open court yesterday. And the Fourth Circuit, which I don't think it's a first, it don't matter. It's not judicial. But anyways, I challenged Judge Vandenberg's, Dave Vandenberg's judicial capacity. Cool, take your time, guys. I'm gonna be here. I mean, I only have this much time. And then tomorrow I don't. I've got to go to the trial of my son, which is incredible. I called Donahue. I say this in this thing, which is one of the largest attorneys, and they said they don't have the bandwidth to take this case. It's too large. They realize it isn't just about this supposed pursuit. Elijah never said, I have affirmative defense to protect him from prosecution. I know the law. I was a pig thug cop myself. Actually, I've got a new sign. Did you guys see my new sign? I spray painted on the front of the property, no pigs. So that's anybody who works for government, because that's a government, either private contractor. I don't care what level and what you do. You're a pig. You're a person in government. It's not just these clowns that roll around with badges, fake pigs or whatever. They search women. That's disgusting. At least when I was a law enforcement officer, you had to call in a backup to do a frisk or a pat down. A man could just stick his hands right down that pants right now. I'm disgusted with this country. Just filthy. And all these cops stand down. 1541 947 6009. It is on the caption of the video or the whatever that JPEG. So, you know, you can discuss. They know I'm live streaming, guys. I have this whole town. I met with the editor of the paper the other day, and he said, do you realize, Tracy, you have every person that's important in this town pissed off. You have a huge target on your back right now. I said, oh, good. Maybe I got them there. Yeah, let's get them on the rope. So what are we doing here? What do you need? Let me get you the discovery. He's like, well, I don't want to, whatever it is, we'll take care of that tomorrow. 6009. You're disgusting. Satan is transgender, so you know. 3 genders, but man, woman, and beast. That's the feminine spirit they're trying to get you to marry, and Horus and Isis. And Jesus doesn't have boobs. The Hamashiach, the one born of Bethlehem, and neither does the Father, because the Father doesn't have flesh. So the only boobies are on Satan, the one that Trump has his house decorated. That's want you to come on by with this nonsense, scissor, if you will, you can give it a try. Ted Martin is the prosecuting attorney, DA, and Elijah Werner. Not all in capital letters. Say that too if you can, if you will. No, don't complicate it. Just say Elijah Werner. Because all crimes are crimes of commerce. Even this elude that they tried to have him, he didn't speed. They'll not be able to prove with cellular data that he did a U-turn, because he didn't do a U-turn. He turned around into the house he drove into, because I told him, just pull in there, don't worry about it. Fuck the police, dude. They don't have any authority. I know I have affirmative, defense to protect him from illegal prosecution. If somebody trying to prosecute him and I have 100% the evidence, it didn't matter. Here he was provided a sanctuary, but the police got stupid and they broke their own idiocracy. They're supposed to be supporting the Constitution and the law, and they're not. They're supporting crimes of commerce, not actual judicial law. It has to be in a third article court. And none of this, all crimes, listen to me, write this down. All crimes are crimes of commerce. Even when they charge a murder, which is sick, they're just trying to extort the merchant number of the murder, brothers and sisters. They have no care in the world. You're just a number. That's all it is. It's just a big fake show. It's like you're seeing a play. That is not a judge. That is a clerk acting for the chief of finance. Let's peel that back for a minute. That's DA Ted Martin, district attorney. He really is the chief of finance. He's not enacting any judicial law under Title 18, not the subtitles. Those aren't legal. I know what I'm criminal code and all that's not. We're not under statutes, codes, ordinance, mandates. Those aren't laws. Those are meant for a corporation. Commerce, crimes of commerce. They tell you have to have a license to travel. a driver's, you don't have to have a license to travel. You have to have a license to be engaged in commerce. It's not illegal to travel. You have a Fourth Amendment right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. That's your effects, your vehicle. You can travel in your own means without engaging. That means you go to the post office, get some food for yourself. You can't deliver Uber Eats. You can't be delivering, and then you need a license. I have had a CDL. I've finally, after 30 years, dropped it. I'll never make a dime. I just took back possibly $200 to $300 million. So somebody pays. That's why they judge, right? They're all Dodge working for the district prosecuting attorney who's not asking in a judicial capacity. No, I'm waiting for my love. I'm the bride. So waiting for the wedding. I'm trying to be a virgin. I'm trying to be a virgin. I'm trying not to cheat and defile myself with this world and this beast. I'm not Broadway Tracy. I wasn't capital letters. I don't do none of that silly reindeer born in a manger games. So I'm not married. I'm going to wait my bride. I'm the bride, the bridegroom, my husband. He's going to take me where his father's house is at. He's going to marry me. I'm so excited. I can't wait to die. I love you, Shadow. I'm excited. I can't wait to hear those bells. I can't wait to Harper's harp. He's my love. There's nothing here for me. I won't marry anything here. Hell no. I'd rather go to hell. I have nothing. The only thing I have is my son, and they're trying to throw him in a rape cage. So it's okay. Father writes all things, and he created all these things from the foundation of the world. And I know he's writing these things. So I have nothing to be anxious about. Whatever's going to happen tomorrow is nothing to what he didn't already write. If Elijah's standing, and he is, he's not the 98.5%. He's not going to let them ass rape him and let him potentially get full of semen samples and eat cock meat sandwiches with Big Bob. He's standing strong in his faith. He ain't giving him not any prosecuting. They're trying to prepare a prosecution of him. They're not even giving him the right of the Sixth Amendment, a constitutional right to fair, speedy, adequate counsel. Miranda violations over and over, and I state this over and over. They don't listen, so I know it's Father doing it. It makes no sense. But he will pour out a just measure on all these people, brothers and sisters. You can't get away with this. God knows your intentions. He knows mine. You can't hide from it. Don't worry about no eye in the sky. Don't worry about this government. Don't wrestle against flesh, brothers and sisters. Hosanna in the highest. Raise him up. Put him at the top of your house. He is the light. He said, I am the Orinzo. He sent his son to fulfill the flesh. Wrestle not against flesh, brothers and sisters, but against powers, principalities, the rulers of the darkness, the children of darkness do the darkness. Spiritual wickedness in high places. Paul told us twice to put that armor on. That is this word. That is our protection. 30 men came to kill me. Lavoy Finicum. It didn't happen that way, did it? Because I'm a meek man, not a weak man. I'm so want to get out of here, but I have to make sure it only become apparent in this world. Read Matthew 10:34 through 39. He who loves a son more than me is not worthy of me. I'm not just doing this for my son. He said, Dad, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want to go to prison, Dad. I said, remember, son, the thief on the cross, son. He said, okay, Dad, I'm coming out. Why are you here? Why are you taking me? What about my 108 yards? They fucking shot him. Why? Who's going to answer for that? God will pour out a just measure, brothers, sisters. He will pour out. All these things are created by him. Nobody's doing anything that he does not want in this case to be done. I will not falter. My son has not faltered. They're preparing a case to convict him, not give him a constitutional Sixth Amendment right. He's not even able to call witness in his favor to clear his innocence. They will not talk about the 180 hours. I've shown you Discovery over and over. 20 times they probably mentioned YouTube in one way or another, or 10 times, and they don't want to talk and pull all the 17 days, then pleadings. Don't bring men with guns. Please just call one time. I have Sam Birch, these officers, saying he contacted me 5 times before the elude. What? He said he Mirandized me and I took and remained silent. What? Yeah, right. I ripped that man's ass for an hour and a half on the drive to Lakeview. This is insane. It's okay. I'm not going insane. They're going to say I'm crazy? Yeah, right. I could have shot 3 men dead. And I don't miss. Look at my DD-214. Expert marksman. John Mogul could have been shot dead. He criminally trespassed on my property 18 times. He was told to stop and leave. That idiot didn't stop talking. I told him to shut up for his safety. I was live streaming. He was so trying to service, which is an illegal service when he has the right, if you don't break into this property, to come and try to serve. I know this, okay? But when you're told to leave, turn around, go to the edge of the property, you can be shot. Don't shoot somebody, brother, sister, in your Fourth Amendment. No reason. I mean, come on, seriously. You do have the right to protect yourself. Don't let me, hey, if you think they're going to cause harm to any of your persons, papers, houses, and effects, your animals, you can, if you deem them a threat, you have the right under the Fourth Amendment to deem the force necessary. Please read these constitutional rights, brothers, sisters. This will go to appellate court if they convict Elijah in a couple days, which I would be so excited to talk to him and tell him it's going to be all right, man. It's going to get out of this county, son, and when they look at this, you will be in reverse from month 17, Elijah. We know I talked to John, and he called him to get the restitution taken care of because you had already done the hours. Ryan Solberg agreed that you could get off of probation because you had already completed it back in Lake County. That was the terms of your release. Do the community service, 180 hours, and you can leave. They're going to get the work out of him. It didn't mention anything at 6 months on his action plan. Okay, Elijah, you only did 47 hours back here, so you got to start hour 48, sign up for community service, go see Dan Budd, go see Sergeant Black, Sheriff Dumar. I know all these people. I was involved at the time of his arrest 4 years ago when Tony Karsten got him arrested. Yeah, he did. And I was telling about this rapist who was hanging out with my son. This is all part of this 4 years ago. They're going to make this some pursuit and under affirmative defense, brothers, sisters. I wasn't doing anything illegal. I could protect my son from illegal prosecution. I 100% have proof. I have Ryan Solberg saying he could get off probation if he just paid his. If I was a wealthy man, Elijah, none of this would be happening. But I don't care, Jimmy Crackhorn. To every second, I wouldn't take any of it back. I have no regrets. This is for like Elijah. Remember the thief on the cross? Because we talked about if we both end up in prison, it's okay because God chooses, not us. We just need to keep spitting his word, spitting his word, spitting his word, spitting his word. It don't matter. That's what Elijah's here to do. And strong like Daniel in faith. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall not want. I have no need. I fear no evil. Fear no man who can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your flesh and your soul. For the Lord are with me, brothers and sisters. Though I without counsel, and they throw me in front of their synagogues and their men in their black robes and their magistrates. Give no thought on what your answer shall be. I will tell you what to say. I just, the word. That's all I do. Word. This is the word. This is nothing else here for me. Again, I know my son understands this. I told him when he was very young, I'm just your dad. I just got you into I know Dad got you where you've been wanting to come with me, but now that you're here, bud, I'm sorry all those things happened to you. But listen, I'm just your dad, man. You're on your own. I could die today. Anything go back, it could take you and lick it. You need to start thinking about what's going to happen after you die, Elijah. What do you mean, Dad? I started talking to him about it. I'm your dad. And he knew, because he knew a little bit of the word. It didn't take him long to catch on. So I'm his dad. His father awaits his, has Shiloh, and I believe that's his love. I have never had things done to me, and I grew up in Los Angeles, California as a white boy named, not capital letter T, Tracy. small r, so you know, but he has had things done to his body physically. People done things to him. He's the person that's done it now, and both of them did it to him. The person that was supposed to be protecting him all the time from having it done was doing it to him all along, and that's where the courts made him go, to like last time. Made him go to his mom's. Now he's with his stepdad who did it to him too! Fucking courts, man. Father did it. It's okay, Tracy, settle. And now he's got to go through this. If I had the money, Elijah could have got off probation in 17 months, guys. We can prove it. We can prove it. We have so much proof. 100 times over. He did. He met all his fulfillment. He had witnessed 5 people. Will they be at the trial? Dawn, Tom, Morgan, the 2 females. Will Ryan Solberg be there? Remember, it's all about the 180 hours that he already did. And then they made him start doing more hours, guys. And he didn't get any violations at all. He didn't violate his probation. They threw him in jail over something the first time and for the max, and he had done nothing. Some mishap in this poor man's been through so much hell, and he's still standing today. Tomorrow's trial, they prepared any discovery for him. They prepared a conviction for him, brother, sister. I guarantee you they have. You'll see. This will all be put before us when we all pass, when those dead are raised from the ashes of the dust. We will all see, brothers and sisters. My son did his time. He did and committed a crime which he paid a whole near year for. There were 5 men. One was a rapist who's never to this day received a conviction. They were all a child, minor, 17, 19. These were all kids. This rapist lured these kids in, and my son got caught up with them over smoking cigarettes, man. One guy of 5 guys to go to jail. Only one guy. Then he does everything he's supposed to do. 42 months, he has no issues. He makes no violations. He has never gotten any tickets or nothing. He's put his head down. And then because at month 33, they told him, you didn't complete these 133 hours. You only have 47. And that's total bullshit, guys. And everybody knows that. And that's what we pleaded for 2.5 weeks on YouTube for. They finally brought out Men with Guns and completely ruined my vision and my face. I believe I've had a stroke and my animals have been infected by it. I've lost all my retirement. You know, I paid to bail my son out with the gold, and I don't care about money. But that was just some way for me. And everybody always takes advantage of me when I try to help. So all I'm doing here, I could have gotten the car like my son said. Dad, quit hanging on to that. You have gold. Why do you have gold? I never bought gold. Well, you got to be a little diversified. Okay, Dad, we'll just take all that. I know you're trying to save it for me and get this land. You can work on the road, Dad. Just take that money and please go. Just go now, Dad. Go. Just live the life. Remember, Dad, you said you just want to put a backpack on and let God blow you around. You didn't need to worry about food. This is your time, Dad. Just take that money. Why are you holding on to it? Go use it, Dad. I want to see you happy. Son, you got this stuff going on, man. I get to make that decision, not you. Yeah, if I want to give you something, and I know I said wouldn't leave you anything, son, but he's that good of a dude. He's like, Dad, take that money. I don't want it. I'll get my own silver. I'm glad I listened, right, to him because I heard him, but I didn't do what he said because the gold bailed him out. I told somebody where I was at, hey, go take this. Please don't take my silver. Last time I had over 25 pounds, and a lot of it was Elijah's too. His own family, somebody he knew, somebody we know. So I told somebody we know and said, don't do it. And that's what they did. They ended up taking it all. I got none of it back. It's pretty sad, but Father will pour out a just measure because I don't care about shiny dirt. I'm just giving you an example of, what happens when you try to help people. Look at my case with the Angela lady, $25,000 she stole from me. And they went after the wrong person and then never listened to me about my stolen car. The lady stole my car, steals the other one supposedly, which she didn't steal, and they go prosecute her for that non-stolen car. Don't say nothing about she sold mine too. It's ridiculous. This corruption has gone for years. I've started 4 years ago with Tony Karsten, again, when I was really pissed off that why would my son be in jail and this rapist is not convicted? I had gotten discovery from John Caligo, showed he was there with these kids. Well, they're minors. One was a child, was 17, saying he's there and he's watching these kids go or get into the top of some flap in a little abandoned trailer. They weren't breaking into open buildings. A lot of buildings get left open here for years and they just get vacant. They kind of go back to the dirt. And that's what he was telling him, oh, get this stuff, get this stuff out of there. And then in this last house they had him break into, which ended up having a bunch of guns, he's like, this rapist is telling him, oh, this is a pedophile, and he got kicked out of here, and he hadn't been here for years. So get all this stuff, guys. You don't let it go back to the dirt. You guys are like, and they think they're vigilantes and stuff. He had them tricked, man. I knew, because see, I remember I have witness, and I will see if they prepared this case, they would be calling Elijah's mom for these arrowheads, guys. She goes to these Sundance, and she kind of used to understand, but she just rejects now and wants to go this pagan route. But it is what it is. But she's pretty wise on, homeopathic and natural, and in this Sundance festival is going on. So she knows the native. When this guy came over and visited, this is when I was on this shit. I was trying so hard to get this guy away. He brought these arrowheads. Now, I knew, because I figured out that first he starts out collecting rocks. Because at first I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? They were out there in the middle of the night, like some kind of tweakers. And my son don't do nothing like that. They piss test him. He didn't piss test for none of that. So, he would even give us for drugs. And they started targeting him, making him pee test. He's like, Dad, check this out. You shine the light on these things at the nighttime and they pop up. I'm like, wow, that's nuts, dude. I never thought about that. I apologize for the tears, guys. I'm just a man. I'm trying to do best I can. If you call 541-947-6009, all I'm asking you to do is say Elijah Werner, mistrial, vacate trial, please. And I've got only maybe an hour or two left. Whatever God's going to do, he's going to do. So this guy gets him lured into finding these arrowheads. Okay, guys. And then I was on something because they found this cache of arrowheads, which he took this guy over to see his mom. This should all be brought up. Okay. And she knew that these were not the regular arrowheads. And I said the same shit here, guys. I'm like, what the? I said, guys, I looked at these arrowheads and they're not the obsidian that's come off this Cascade Range. These are from China. They nap. My son knows how to nap. There are fields of nap. I don't know what napping is, when they make these, put that edge on that. Start with a piece of obsidian. It doesn't have, you can nap any piece of glass or rock if it has the right density. Okay, but the term is napping. Okay, they do it with horn. There's lots of ways to nap that edge. People, oh, is that an arrowhead? Listen, when you find an arrowhead, you'll know that edge is worked. Okay, you'll 100%. Not is that you? Yeah, you know, and you can make them for yourself, just so you know. Okay, they do this and they sell these. So that's when I knew that this motherfucker was lying, because he said they found this cache. His mom was already like, these aren't arrowheads, and these were more like blades, brothers, sisters, that they had longer. They have big ones out here. They used to hunt. There's this old on the planet. They found an 18,000-year-old camel tooth. I've gone out one, and they have ones of obsidian that are worked that are massive. I mean, these are literally, they put in old time, but these are, the shaping is off a little bit, and that's not the right material. There's no jade over here. There's no, what I'm saying? There's a lot of material where I'm at, because this is the Cascade Range, but heavy over here, very obsidian, a lot of variant of this obsidian. But I start noticing, because when he came back, first it was this cache. See, this is how like, let's go on these properties, find these. Now, this is just a vacant property, so we can go on here, guys. Nobody lives here, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is going to go back to the dirt anyways. Hey, what's in there? And he starts snooping. See, he brought me out one time with him too, this Tony Karsten rapist guy. And we were right over here off of Bowens, off of Chipfield, where they were napping. And there was this little, I mean, it had been abandoned for a while. I mean, it was done. It was in a sand dune, so there was nothing probably there of real value, maybe a little bit. And this guy started picking stuff up. I'm like, hey, put that down. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, don't touch that. It's not yours. Oh, it's just going to go back to the desert. I said, I don't give a fuck, man. Put it down. He looked at me like, I said, put it down. I don't care. It's not yours. People come out here and they don't go back to their stuff. It's not yours. Well, I know who owns this. I don't give a shit, dude. Put it down. That's when I told him. I caught on to this son of a bitch too. He would go and take stuff from people's, and it does, guys. It just goes back to, but that's not yours for the taking. You don't take something that's not yours. So that's how he lured him into these play. And I should have. That's why I was on it. from the beginning, even as the time arrest before, told Lily Frank, who will go to prison after in a federal case, will go to prison. Lily Frank will go to prison because I warned her, you're this rapist now I've caught, who's telling the community, hey, this guy, or was my fiance. That wasn't, it was an Hispanic woman, married woman, high on methamphetamines. He robbed her at gunpoint, and he was charged with a 25-year conviction. I didn't know this at first, brothers and sisters. So my son was started hanging around him because my son was on probation because of my bullshit political stuff he got in trouble over. This has got to go to a federal, because if they do this, they'll have to look at his prior convictions and realize what happened to him too. That's why it's okay. Fuck you, Lake County. You're not, I don't care if you convict my son in 2 days. It's still a mistrial. I got you. We'll leave the county unless you come whack me or whack him. I don't think so. He's still alive. Oh, wow, I didn't eat today. Okay, hold on a second, guys. I didn't eat anything. Let me, I don't know, feel a little. Can you call 954? Don't call 9. Call 541 947 6009 and call the district attorney, Ted Martin, and tell him mistrial. Elijah Werner, you don't have to if you don't want to. I only have probably about an hour. I don't know what West Coast time is. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. It's 2:22. So I posted stuff online, guys, too. So here, they know this. And I said it in open court. We'll go over this in this video. I got to find something to. What time is it? 2? I haven't eaten, guys. Let me eat something here. I hadn't eaten today. Here, hold on 1 second. I got something made, but I didn't actually start eating anything. Yeah, Elijah Werner mistrial. They'll know, because it'd say the whole world's watching. Let me throw something else at you too here. I didn't think about this. On my discovery, guys, it says anonymous caller from out of state. You can be that out of state caller if you don't want to give your name. You can just say, because they brought that into discovery. That's their whole case built off of. Anonymous caller said he has his son and he would fight to the death to keep him from going to prison. And they jumble my words, guys. There's 2.5 weeks of discovery they'd have to go through to see that's the opposite of what I was saying. I said I would fight legally. I would not use violence, and actually wanted a call, and not a revolution with guns, but a resolution by communicating with one call. A federal jury will see that in appellate court for sure. There'll be no way. There'll be too much discovery of me for weeks on end going, no, guys, stop. Go look at and call Lake County and see. I called Lake County at 5 months, the probation office, and said, hey, I called the attorney and he told me to get copies of my son's, hours. I want to make sure he's leaving from Lake Delane, that there's no more hours to complete. Okay. Oh no, he's okay. I said, we need to get copies. John Caligo, that call would have saved a SWAT warrant right there. One call, that's all I was asking for. The call to Ryan Solberg, remember, he went, why did I call my son at 17 months and have a lengthy discussion with him? Okay, you completed all your community service hours. You might not know, Elijah, but when halfway through your probation, you can get off at halfway. You can petition the courts because you completed all. This phone call exists. This could have avoided a SWAT raid and permanent damage. Me, potentially, I probably should, and I'm not going to go to an optometrist because Joan Rivers, but I do believe I've suffered maybe in my sleep or something. It's very obvious the right side of my face has what would look like cerebral palsy. It is sagging. My eye is messing up. It's sucking into the back of my skull because I received a concussion from the minute 45 seconds from these people getting here. they went hot and hit me in the head, which you're not. I'm a prior special weapons and tactics. It says it on the report. They know that I have a military. They know I have this training like they do. They brought in drones, guys. They brought in fucking drones, guys. They wasted so much of these taxpayers, state of Oregon taxpayers, and Lake County's money by just absolutely one call. They could have called. Why would my call to my son exist at 17 months going, all right, Elijah, you did all this back there. Now, at 5 months, we already called John. Remember, it wasn't set on his action plan. There's a billion million times ways over to prove that he already did the 180 hours. That call at 17 months to my son wouldn't exist, right? And then he talked to Ryan Solberg, who said, yes, you can. You got to pay the restitution. And he wasn't paying any restitution at all yet, hadn't signed up for community service. He didn't have more hours, or he would have had to start hour 48, which he did. He already did the 180 back here. And that's when he couldn't pay the money off that I couldn't. My son, this would never be happening. My son would be facing going to prison in 2 days if I just had some fucking money, guys. And I didn't. I just bought this land out here. I didn't have the money. 5 guys break into these buildings. Even I paid all the restitution for all of them. My son's still the only one to do any jail time, almost a year. So he did his time. He did his hours. He gets to, month 17. He could have got off early. Why would that call? See, then that call exists. Elijah, I called John to discuss okay, John, he did all this back here, remember? Yep, okay. Why would that? There's a call to John Caligo. How many calls could they call to even question? Instead, they prepared a warrant and a SWAT team. So you think they're going to give my son a fucking legal, fair trial? You're out of your mind. They are preparing a conviction for this young man. Right now, there will be show evidence when he goes to appellate court. They didn't call witness. There'll be a list of 30 people that he should call to support, because they said he didn't do the 180. That's what the whole don't stop the car under my affirmative defense. I can protect him from illegal prosecution. There was no law broken that day. Period. I don't give a shit. Know the law. Yeah, assert it legally and lawfully and constitutionally, and they can't do anything. Yeah, there's certain things. It's all crimes or crimes of commerce, so I'd be able to go back for Elijah no matter what. I'm fine. It'll all be okay. I'll tell him no matter what happens, it's going to be okay. So, and he knows, faith on the cross. He knows. Thank you, Father, So, can you imagine me and Elijah? He's not been, okay, Elijah, we've called Gresham Brunsman, Dan Budd, Sheriff Dumar. We've called, I don't think I call his wife back, because she did hours with him, too, to commute these other additional hours, not by violation. They just said he didn't do, which we have 100% proof he did. And they're trying to prosecute me, because I won't let him be prosecuted. I'm facing 4 felonies for that, interfering with a peace officer. Hindering prosecution under a statute, and I'm not a statute, so it's okay. But we'll go ahead with their kangaroo court proceedings under these, not Title 18, judicial criminal statutes, but these subtitles, and not in a Third Circuit court. But whatever, I know this, how they're done. But anyways, my son will be okay. It will leave this county. And as soon as it leaves the county, they'll be able to go look at thousands of hours and 4 years. I called Donahue, which I need to get on this phone call and let you see what I hear. And I told this to this lady, and I've told it to everybody knows this, that he's one of the largest in the state. And he said he don't have the bandwidth to take this case. There's too many witnesses, too much data, cellular data, too many. Just Tondon Morgan, will they be aware with him? That's who Elijah did his 180 hours with. Other Murata, right, Elijah has, because he's not paid, so he can't fire, but he could remove legally, which I wish he would have done. That would have delayed the trial, but it's okay. It is what it is. We got to get this done sooner or later. See, I've already been in open court and told him about this things, and we'll go ahead. Let's just play the video, because it'll give me a time to eat something for a second. It's not that long, but this is just me today calling, and I need you to call now. Call now, call now, call now, call now. Oh, call now. This is a chance to actually get off your ass and do something. Get him out of here. You're not going to do nothing. Hey, hold on, Zone. Hold on. Don't get rid of Arthur Morgan here. Because all you care about is your eyes. Let me just be real with me. Don't be a troll. If you're a troll, you'll just be immediately moderated. We moderate 18,000 people a week off this channel. So we're not here to save you and get your number or care anything. Jimmy Crack Corn, what you think? Thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate your the time. Would you be willing to do something about history? You want to be a part of history? You want to be a part of evidence? You can just be an anonymous caller. What I need you to do is call the area code 541. This is Oregon. This is Lake County, Oregon. Throw a set of balls. If you don't want, just leave now. I don't know if you're a man or a woman. Jimmy Crack Corn, I don't care. So what I want you to do is call 541-947 and just say the words Mistrial, Elijah Werner, and grow a set, or maybe get a bigger set. I don't know. It's not about crystal balls and rubbing some kind of fortunes trying to make you change something. I'm just trying to get you to be a part of something if you want to actually do something instead of caring about some stupid television. I think that's where that comes from, because the hat, you're only worried about the hat. You don't care about what you hear. You only care about what you see. So hold on, Teresa. Let me play this before you make your decision. Anything Morgan, Arthur Morgan, that you have to say? We're not going to call you your name. I'm going to just call you Arthur Morgan, because that's all you care about, the hat. So Arthur Morgan, would you be willing to do something about them legally trying to prosecute my son, save him getting thrown in a rape cage so he don't have to eat a big Bob cock meat sandwich and get double stuffed by two big guys to rip his asshole apart? When I have the evidence that they're illegally trying to throw him in a rape cage, as well as me, my asshole's on the line. I threw my asshole in front of his. You ever heard of a cock blocker? Well, I did that for this country. I did it for my son. I did it for community. I'm doing it for my state. You want to do anything, or you just want to come in here and worry about some stupid hat? Let me tell you, the Hopi warrant of a man in a red hat. I know it looks dark, but it is red. Okay, I don't know if that's Donald Trump with his MAGA hat or... So let's listen to this call today, guys. I'm calling Ted Martin. So I would never ask you to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. Just so you know, you can say, I do need you to say the state that you're in. You don't have to give your name. Say, I'm calling from this state. We're watching the illegal prosecution or, mistrial Elijah Werner. Vacate trial. Here we go. Let's listen to this, please. So much Florida. If you can, if you don't want to, humanity, you don't have to duck you. We're in Oregon, so duck a friend. I quack daddy, bitch. Duck a friend. All right, so no, duck somebody you love. Duck an A, duck a B, duck both holes if you have to. All right. Duck, yeah, we're good. We went, what, this in O, the smart, or what, goose egg, or is that a duck egg? And duck, yeah. Anyways, I don't like sports, but we're so good, we don't even need a professional football team. We, with Bellotti, changed the pace with the spread offense. Which way are we going? I don't know. He just went, was that a reverse statue? Changed the speed of the game and the option, changed the fake football, scripted 100%, all going by, they're players, they're actors. There's no real, they are definitely athletic, kind of like WWE. But even with the referees, and you slow it down, we know that the tax-exempt corporation who has a satanic halftime ritual show is it's a tax-funded, no, it's tax-exempt corporation. And its Hall of Fame is also tax-exempt. And the old lady who doesn't like football, or doesn't want to go in that stadium, is going to have to pay for that. And they don't pay any taxes. And it's all their actors, like millionaire giants of the day, the Anunnaki chasing each other around a slow energy swine skin of pig skin football. They're millionaires, the millionaires of the day. And people kill each other over these numbers and like fruitcakes or rainbows. Remember that old limp thing? Colored rainbow numbered jerseys, and they kill each other. They used to kill each other over kingdoms and princesses and gold and silver. And remember Phil Knight, Nike? Now they kill themselves over tennis shoes and IOUs. Tell me we've gotten smarter. We're the only fucking species on this planet that's paying to live here. Tell me we're the smartest species. I think we've degraded. But back to football. Bread and circus, give enough bread and circus and they'll never revolt, brothers and sisters, right? Football! Hey, honey, can we make a deal, sweetheart? I really want to get a bigger set of rims for my truck. If I'll take you and get you a bigger pair of boobies, we got a deal? Yeah, they treat their women like wheels, son. The ones are too small. They went and got bigger ones. Yeah. Football! I could never be that guy. Imagine me that guy. All right, anyways. So, all this is about me calling Ted Martin. You might want to come and take some notes while you're here. You might learn something. Busos might increase. Bathos. So, let's rid this bread and circus and do something about a historical record. Be a part of it. I'm not trying to get you to be famous. I'm trying to get you to be infamous. Go down in history in that anonymous caller from the state of called 541-947-6009 and said, I'm watching this live stream. I'm calling Mistrial, the vacate trial. So let's listen to this real quick. Thank you so much, Tracy. I appreciate you being here again, sister. Every time you come here, I love your vibe. I'm just energy. I'm nothing else but energy, guys. So good to see you. Thank you, Mommy, too. Thank you so much for coming in. Lady in Red, my OG. That's my girl. She's like, that's my dog. No, I'm just kidding. I'm the shepherd, brothers, sisters. Father, just don't go the wolves down there at the water, please. Like, what's this guy talking about? Got a big old pointy tail. Look like a dog. It's a shepherd, brothers, sisters. I'm not a wolf. I know, bad. I know. Some of us are speaking a different language here. Dialectus glossus. So let's go to this video of me calling the clerk today and just reassuring you, and we'll go through the other video. So this is how this is called a mistrial, because the investigator for my son's case is not preparing the evidence to get him using call to witness and have the right of discovery, not suppressing any evidence in the case. Your case isn't limited by how much evidence. That's why the Donahue said, both lawyer and the paralegal said, this case is too large. I'll let you talk to him. I'm going to have to. They both said too large of case, too much bandwidth. We don't have the bandwidth. There are too many people to be summoned. You live stream for 2.5 weeks. That all needs to be discovered. Now we have Sam Birch saying he was watching all this. So to be a completely separate suit against Sam Birch, deputy, and I have other things too with him because he said he was watching all this. So how many times did he see me say, I called Lake County Sheriff's, and instead he prepared a warrant? He could have called Ryan Solberg. Ryan, he could have called the cellular data and seen that the phone existed. He could have called, seeing if I did call Elijah. This guy's smoking too much pot and he's stoned out of his mind. They know I don't do meth. They know I don't touch that shit. They know I'm exposing that they're running it. And that's probably why when they called for the warrant and called Jesse from Owner Land Network, they said, this is not a meth lab or a drug raid. So anyways, not what goes in a man that defiles them, but when the police are dealing it, giving it to their wives because they got habits in this town and they're hanging out with people who do, and you're hanging out with the people who are selling it in a cop car for extended hours, it's not that hard to prove who's running the shit at the airport. Gee, I wonder, does that have anything to do with Tom, Don, or Morgan, the witnesses that he should be calling? No, it's the other Tom. The pig. So, call Ted Martin, 947, and say, I'm calling from this state. We're watching mistrial, Elijah Werner, vacate trial.
I'm tempted to call Ted Martin.
I'm trying to call his office. I wouldn't ask you to do. They're not going to give you a voicemail.
You have reached the Lake County District Attorney's Office. Our office hours are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Please listen closely to the following options. For subpoena information or general assistance, press 1. For our victim advocate, 2. For questions related to jury duty, traffic citations, and circuit court information, press 9.
Please hold on while I try that extension. Good morning, this is Attorney's Office. This is Mila.
Yes, can I speak with Ted Martin, please?
He is in court for juvenile this morning. Can I take a message?
Is there any way I could leave a message on his voicemail? I've been trying to get a hold of him for some time, and I'm not getting any response back. Maybe I could leave a message on his machine, and maybe he'll call me when he gets out.
He doesn't have a machine in He's got a phone, but it doesn't have a machine. That's
This fucking chief of finance is a district attorney that does not have a voicemail. Are you serious, guys? You can't leave the prosecuting attorney a voicemail. You've got, now listen to what he said. You got to go through us. Watch. Listen. Wicked. This is how wickedness sounds. Listen to this lady. Watch what she says. Watch this.
us girls. So I can sure leave him a message for you, though.
I'll be filter her. I'll shred all your evidence.
Today, if he doesn't call me back today, this is not. My name is Tracy Werner. He's going to be taking my son to trial, ma'am. I want you to listen to this voice message so you can be a witness as well. And the courts are aware of what I'm telling you. Did you hear what I just said, ma'am? Did you hear what that is? That is
Yeah,
John
force you to
Mogul.
go to trial is what John Mogul said.
John Mogul to be arrested for trespassing. He came on this property to deliver a summons for the court date for tomorrow. But I want you to listen to what John's saying here. This is John Mogul.
They're forcing us to go to trial.
Said, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Tracy. I cannot understand a word of it.
It says, this is John Mogul. This is John Mogul, who I do not, why I have not been given a call back. I have called 911 and there's a criminal report. Ted Martin has not called me back about the criminal trespassing of John Mogul. Irregardless, John Mogul, the investigator, this message has got to get to him. It says they are forcing us to take this to trial. That would be a clear mistrial. Okay, I need you to
Miranda
have
and Sixth Amendment violation.
Today.
Adequate and fair trial.
Attorney, my attorney was fired yesterday. He would let go. So he can talk to me. Let him know Tracy Werner has the evidence. And the whole town up here sees this. This has been posted on the social media.
Christmas Valley United, Christmas Valley Community page.
That's a mistrial, ma'am. You have a Sixth Amendment violation. A Miranda violation of adequate counsel, which obviously if they're forcing us to take this to trial, he's not getting adequate counsel. If there's not 30 people that they have summons, I'm going to let you know I have no problem. I appreciate you just listening to me. I called Donahue, one of the largest attorneys in this state. They said they don't even have the bandwidth to take this case. It's too large, and Ted Martin thinks that he can take this to a 2-day trial where obviously, if they're forced to take this to trial, they have not prepared Elijah Werner's witness to, right to call witness in his favor and the discovery of evidence. So if Ted Martin takes this to trial, the whole town is watching, and I have hundreds of phone calls that have been made to his office, ma'am. I can prove in a court
one of those.
Hundreds of people have called Ted Martin to try to get him to look at this.
It's in the
Never
paperwork.
once has he made a call. If he doesn't call me back today, he's making a terrible, terrible mistake by trying to take my son to trial tomorrow. So this is going to be his last chance, like they did yesterday. The judge vacated the trial because they know this is not, like, even for me. They haven't, ma'am, it's been 6 months. We live in the same county together. They haven't even been able to get me an attorney. If you got in trouble or something in this town, and I'm not, I'm 100% in it, I can prove mine, wouldn't you want to have adequate counsel? We live together in this community, but we both live in Lake County. That should be very worrisome, that if it takes them 6 months to provide you counsel, that is a clear Miranda right. Ma'am, I'm a veteran and a prior police officer. So you please let Ted Martin know. If he does not call me today, the whole town is watching. I will be putting more media on. You can tell him, look at the Christmas Valley United page. I put him on blast. He has not called me back even one single time. I've told him in an open court to drop this case, ma'am, because of this same lack of proper counsel for myself and my son. So if he takes my son to a 2-day trial and you have John Mogul say this. Ma'am, that's a change of venue right there. And I've already called, and I made yesterday in open court the judge aware of what I just told you. Please have Ted Martin call me. I'm recording everything I do, ma'am. I'm a prior police officer, so I'm very wise to not sit there and document discovery and evidence. So I appreciate your listening to me. You're a resident, ma'am. If you are a county resident and you're
John Mogul came and the investigator said they're forcing us to take this to trial, would you want to go to trial? If they said they're forcing us, do you think you'd have adequate counsel? This is a clear mistrial. Tell Ted Martin to vacate this trial immediately and call me to let me know, because everybody's watching. It was open court. I played the same thing, and it was documented in open court yesterday, ma'am. You don't take Elijah Werner on a 2-day trial. Thank you for all your time. I appreciate you listening.
You are very welcome.
I do need a call. I demand a call from Ted Martin if he doesn't call me.
Click. Hung up on me.
Okay, it's recording.
So we'll go back to the video. Whoa, my battery, our light just came on. Turn that off. Oh, this came on. Turn that off. Because I got a John Mogul video. And if that doesn't give you enough reason to call, don't worry about it. Just bounce out of here. I don't need you here. I need people who want to do something about history. You know, it's being made every day. What the hell are you doing about it?
Property. I'm going to ask you, you were there when Judge Vanderberg said he would drop this case, correct? I have not heard that. You were in the courtroom. No. I've asked you to leave my property. Do not. Look at this. Illegally, I asked him to leave my property. You're here illegally, sir. You're here illegally.
It's about the 180 hours.
How is Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, when I have paperwork inside that says he's not? You are the investigator. Answer that right now. Answer that right now. Then you tell me how is my son done 180 hours? You don't know about my son.
I have not a clue. This is the investigator that is supposed to be proving my son's innocence. That's why I brought him here. Over the 180 hours, you hear him say, we are forcing us to take this to trial. Could you believe what you are a witness to? You think that Elijah should go to prison? He's the only one of 5 to go to jail. Of 5 guys, he already did almost a year. He did complete his 180 hours. Then he was made to do additional hours that he should have never done, almost 140, I believe. That's over 300 hours, brother, sister. He was only supposed to do 100. He's been a slave. And he is still being threatened to throw in prison and facing 15 years or something if they convict him, because they pulled all those other charges that he'd already done a year for, took a downward departure, that if he got in trouble, they would bring those charges, old charges back up. And that's why I would not from the beginning allow this to happen. So again, he's told 18 times on that video on the live stream. It's a 53-minute. I believe I pulled it out and put it on a playlist if you want to go see that. And let's where is it, the one where he says, I don't know what this is. Hold on. Oh, it's another phone call. Oh, hey, you guys want to witness history? You guys want to witness history? I need you to call right now. I need you to call 947-6009-541-947. You're calling Lake County, Oregon. Just blast off with the state that you're calling from. Say, I'm calling mistrial, Elijah Werner, vacate trial. Watching from mistrial, vacate trial. I'll produce more evidence here for you to show you that I have done everything I can in my power to get these people to stop trying to convict my son when I have all the evidence. And now they're even trying to convict me and throw me in a prison, in a rape cage, and charge me with 4 felonies and a criminal Class C criminal conspiracy. I have not been able to talk to my son for over 6 months. He's the only person I talk to off this channel in any length period of time about father, and I just don't have a friend or anybody, you know, and that's okay. I'm okay. I have this ministry and I love this ministry. I appreciate Father for helping this. So I've already demanded in open court. So get ready. You're going to be witness history here. Historical record was made yesterday. This is an open.
I've challenged the jurisdiction of Vanderberg in this case.
So we're going to, you're witnessing history. I believe we locked up over $200 million yesterday of my bond because they vacated my trial. How much time we got here, lady in red? Oh, we got 2 hours, guys. Probably an hour before. Let me see what's going on. I posted some stuff locally. Oh, my bad. Okay, nothing here. Nothing here. All right, give me 1 minute. I need to check a message here, and I'll be back in just a minute. It might pause the stream. This is a good time for you guys to call. I know, isn't that crazy, Teresa? I mean, it's unbelievable how they could just ignore the evidence. They're supposed to be preparing Elijah a trial to clear his innocence. They have the proof, they have the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's innocent. They're not preparing a trial for his innocence. They are preparing a trial to convict him. I don't care what they say. They are trying to convict my son. I know that. I can show the evidence, and evidence will show there's no evidence like the people calling for discover the right to Sixth Amendment to call witness in favor. He's not, if 30 people aren't on the list that I had from that list that I was saying, for 14 days, Sam Birch just sat there and listened to me say all those things. Instead, he prepared a warrant. So they're not going to prepare a trial for Elijah. They're not. They either vacate this because we put enough pressure on them today, like I did yesterday and made them vacate the trial yesterday on mine. There is no trial of capital letter Tracy Werner because the bond has been subrogated. Subrogation is the taking of that hundreds of millions of dollars that's sold on the stock exchange. It's a bond in a treasury. It kills people in other countries. It pays to strap and tuck our kids in America. It pays to pay these Venezuelans. This is where this money comes from, this subrogation of this straw man merchant number credit to your name from birth in capital letters. You call it a card. You're the card. It's laughable. You think it's a game, but it's not. You think that judge is a judge, but he's not. He's not acting in judicial capacity. If he was, he would be in a third article court. So he's not. He's in a first or a fourth. I don't care which one this is. It's either first or fourth. It don't matter. Neither are judicial. I yesterday challenged his authority and said, Dave Vandenberg, you are not a judge. You're acting. You're just acting. You're working for the chief of finance, Ted Martin. I'm on to you. So I am challenge your judicial capacity as a judge. You'll hear me in open court say, no, you're just you're a clerk. No different than these ladies that I'm calling. They're no different. The main kingpin in the game is the queen, who benefits from the gain of their bar when you get full of semen. Inmate, by becoming an inmate, capital letter inmate. You see Big Bob, he gives you sandwiches. You get double stuff like an Oreo, and you pay to be double stuff on your own. That is sick, but that is the truth to this commerce, crimes of commerce, under the capital letter name that you, corporation, you allow yourself to be put under. You're a child, and you will not take it back. None of you will. And that's okay. He sent some of us to do this. I'll help you. Stay with me. Become part of this ministry. I'm going to spread all this throughout the ministry. I have a plan to buy everybody a Toyota Overland vehicle to be meek, not weak. So if they want to leave and get a wave wherever they're at, I'm going to have a separate fund. I don't care. This is what I'm doing. I wouldn't want to help people with something that I'm not. You got two choices you can make right now. Fight for toilet paper, fight with people in your community, or get the flock out of Dodge. I'm your shepherd. I'm trying to give you wings of an angel. He says, wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. So I will put a fund together for a completely outfitted overland with a pup trailer for people who don't want to fight. And they can unite in areas in the woods. Wilderness areas, it don't matter. So this is something that I will develop with this bond that I subrogated, and if it comes back, it will be poured first to Grace and Truth Ministries and High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, Church of the Only Begotten Son, and this organization that I found that wants me to come into the prisons and teach the gospel. So I'm excited about that. As soon as I can get these, there's no trial of Tracy Werner anymore. It doesn't mean it's over for me, because they're still trying to hold a pretrial and haven't actually dropped the charge. But they will find motion. They'll realize there's no money for them to be had. If they can't get the money, there's no reason to even try to take this any further. And they know that I'm not some statute or ordinance, and I say that very clearly. I thought that said Perry Penny Haven. That's a YouTuber on YouTube. Penny Haven. I don't know if you guys watch him. I watched him in neck, but okay, Perry. Sorry, I only see it on one eye. My eye's getting worse. I might turn out look like that Kazakhstan fighter that he's got the one kind of an opaque eye. I think that's might would be happening, but we'll see. When your retina gets messed up, it'll tend to almost like reverse itself and put that clear skein, if you will, a veil over your eye. It's a protective layer. So, but anyways, I apologize. I'm having a hard time seeing. I've been gassed, stir up more gas. And I've only 2 days now been with not having blood and a lot of pressure in my upper sinus area pushing on my. So, but today, no, now it's a drowning, very wet, and I don't want to explain it, feeling with no blood. So I feel better, but I feel worse at the same way. So my eyes are just not feeling it today. Ever since I woke up, they just are hurting and burning. This other eye keeps, I told you, like it's going through this stages. Now I feel like I have hair in that eye again. And it's not that, it's that whatever burn on my retina from the concussion grenade they are supposed to throw into a room. It's supposed to concuss everybody in the room, not hit you in the head with it. So excessive force, brothers, sisters, excessive force. Okay, let me get this. Let me pull this up here. So I was looking for another thing, and I got to take 1 second here, guys, to look at these messages too. So give me 1 second. I got like 3 markers in my head I'm trying to work through. My apologies. I don't know if this is the same video here. I'm working off of 4 phones. I need to get another phone. I'm running out of space, guys, on this one. I don't like this. I just wanted to set all these phones down, man. I didn't want to be doing none of this. But I'm doing it for you, brothers, sisters here in this country, brothers, sisters in the narrow way that stand up to perverted authority as Christ did. They striped him, hung him from a tree, ripped his beard out of his face for standing up to their halakha and their haggadah.
I'm asking you to stop talking. I tell you, I have a criminal subpoena for you, and you've been served for your sins of defense. On December 11th is the trial, because they're forcing us to go to trial.
Did you hear that? What did you just hear? This is why I need you to call. Did my eye glow? I was wondering if something's going on with my eye. I was like, uh-oh. I feel weird. Something feels really weird with that eye, I'm telling you. Because this eye is having some struggle over here because this eye is adjusting, and then this eye has to readjust every time this one starts to do whatever it does, because it's trying to focus on this glow that's around the hair, that's the flash, that's, I think it's the scar on my retina that somebody told me, optometry, and they had somebody look at the video and told me on my retina from the heat and the flash, it literally caused a burn on my eye retina. Was very thin, and they say that's what I'm seeing. That's that piece of hair. Is not hair, it's the burn of the back of my retina that's burnt, and that's why I keep seeing it. My eye wants to flip it, and that's why sometimes it struggles, because the way our eye works. And then it's, remember, it went from real dark black to having like a glow around it, and that was really hard to adjust to. And then it kind of started getting more opaque in the middle, being glowing a lot, and then it's gone back to dark. Then it started itching like there was a piece of hair, and got dark again. It just keeps going through these. I don't know what it is. I think it has to pressure of all the blood in my sinus. It's probably pushing on my pineal gland, and all that very important portion of your Krista. That's it's the antenna, man, to your spirituality. So anyways, tell me what you hear on this. I know it's not exactly, but this is a redo over the live stream. So
I'm asking you to stop talking. I tell you, I have a criminal subpoena for you, and you've been served for your sins of defense. On December 11th is the trial, because they're forcing us to go to trial.
for your son's defense, because they're forcing us to go to trial. They're forcing us to go to trial. They're forcing us to go to trial. Is Elijah getting adequate counsel when you have the investigator who's supposed to be gathering all the evidence, who doesn't know anything about the 180 hours, and then says they're forcing us to go to trial? This is as clear as a mistrial that you could ever have come up with. And it's hard to believe they still think they're going to still push this through, and probably will, because this is what they do. I can't, Apple, because Joan Rivers. I'm exposing that Mr. Thump and all these first ladies are, come on by, so give it a try. They've got their pole, born on a pole, kind of the 3 Baphomets. They're Baphomets. We'll just call them that. They're Baphomets with their high shoulder pads and their Adam's apples. Some of them, right? Look at Nancy. Oh my gosh, that thing stuck out like no tomorrow. So anyways, stop saying anyway. Where did I say come up with it? Or I need to come up with another word for that. Well, alrighty then. That better? Do you want me to do that every time? Alrighty then. Remember, was that mask? Okay, anyways. Okay. Man, this is getting a little taxing, guys. I don't know. We're in the final hours here, guys. So if you can help support this cause, you can call and state which state you're calling from. You can leave your name as anonymous. It does appear in discovery saying that an anonymous caller says his son is on YouTube and he would fight to the death from his son to go into prison. So be that an anonymous caller, if you'd like, you could just say calling from this state. You don't even need to tell them who you are. You know what I'm saying? I know it's hard because I'm a vet, you know what I'm saying, Apple, and I'm also, for people's rights of choice. I don't care about freedom. Heck with freedom. Freedom has nothing to do with it. It's about giving people have the freedom of choice to make their own choice. We can't force people. That was the masquerade. That was a roll up your sleever. That's all these eroded rights of the people, the right to choose. The right, not freedom. Stop saying freedom. It's about rights. F freedom. Liberty and justice for all. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare. We establish this Constitution of the United States of America. We hold the power, but people don't. They give it over to this federal government who's only there to protect our God-given, inalienable, natural, organic, non-capital letter corporation rights, constitutional rights, Declaration from the Independence of the Queen, and they went right back to the Queen. You don't understand. Your merchant number is the Queen. That's what this is all about. Whether you think it's real or not, they made a movie, again, Wizard of Oz. The straw man is the man that is a child. If you only had a brain, you would know these things. And I'm not holding it against you. You just have never been told. But you can claim this back. We did this yesterday. We made history yesterday. I believe we froze up at least $200 to $300 million. I said, I'll take that $22 check. I'm not going to cash that, guys. And I don't mean to ask this, but I will. I'm going to put it out there. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not a beggar. I have come up a couple $100 short. I have worked not one day this week or this month at all. I haven't worked. I thought I was going to sell that topper. I have like $400, guys. I'm glad that I've been working hard, and I've been other ways and, bought some cans I can, but I don't want to say this. I'm going to say it once. I'm not going to say it again. I might mention again. I don't want to need to pay my land payments, but I've not put one day into working to try. I have, because I have listed things for sale. I have re-upped my listings and renewed my listings, but I haven't been able to put more listings on. And so I have a Cash App and a PayPal. I am a couple $100 short. I have to probably take $50 tomorrow and drive down to Lakeview to my son's trial. And I'm going to be taking at least one person with me. And I'd like to at least buy them a burrito or something down at their little stand down there. So if you can, your tithe of time is all I require. There's no monetary, but I have the 14th before all my payments have to go into the credit union out here. I will have a couple days. Tomorrow's the 11th. I don't know. I'm thinking about driving back down there for the trial. I'm concerned they might try to arrest me, but it's okay. We'll see. That's why I'm bringing witness, so that I have them to be able to know that my dogs and everything. I'm going to bring witness again. Kevin's not here, but I have somebody that's going to go. I'm trying to bring a couple people. I don't think I can. I think I can only bring one. So thank you so much, Lady in Red. Appreciate all your work here on the ministry, and appreciate all your tireless work that you do for the other channels. I do appreciate. You're the best of the moderators. I do appreciate all of my other moderators, which kind of set the standard for the others, and I do appreciate that, being a good lead follower. Get out of my way, she said. Okay, so if you can make a PayPal or a Cash App donation, I'm about $40 in 2 months of getting to $100. So I've really not seen the support through the super chat, which is okay. And nobody has to contribute a dime. I don't care. I've never missed a land payment. I'm a little bit short because remember, I had to pay land payments, all of them last month, and then all the taxes came due. So normally I'd probably been all right. See, my taxes were more than what I'm short. So I'm saying it's there. I'm not going to mention it anymore because I need to get back to producing more evidence here, and I need people to call. So if you have a ability, $5 or $10, anything will help. And if you have more, except maybe just hit it big in Bitcoin. I don't know. Bitcoin's went up to 90. Gosh, my eyes are going me today. 96,000 or something like that. Good for those who put in money in Bitcoin. I don't like the whole coin, but I like the ability for people to get that and go buy rice and beans with their profits and go pull profits. And it's never wrong to pull profits and go buy maybe some protection. You have to own it. You should use and have the right. Hopefully you never have to use it. First aid, water filters, things of value instead of coins or digital ledgers or all these. It's okay to purchase in this, give unto Caesar, as I've said, or whatever, and pull your profits. And so thank God for Bitcoin, because if you did it right, you could pay the taxes that they wanted, not to get yourself and thrown in jail. I think you just pull something that's some kind of anonymity where it's centralized. So of course your profits are all going to be monitored. So, but some people, I always told people from the beginning, if you make $1 million, give half of it for taxes. That way you'll know you'll never own her. And if you want to make $1 million, then make 2 and then cash out and pay that $1 million on the tax. It might not be that much, but that way you don't ever have them come back and try to take something that you had worked. Even if it started out with some $100 Bitcoin, you were smart enough to get early, you cashed out at, you got 10 of them or something, you had $1 million worth of Bitcoin or whatever, 100, whatever you did, whatever your goal was, and you pulled profits and you bought land. You bought a septic pump, you bought a sump pump, you bought a pump for your well, you bought a well, you had a well, and that is cool. So thank you for all people who are able to use the system right now. And because most of us, I don't participate in none of that. I have a $50 Bitcoin that somebody, and I'm just going to leave it in there because it's not, somebody bought through the Cash App link and said, and gave me, somebody paid me in Bitcoin, and I never had one, didn't ever want to own even a bit of it. But it's been sitting in there. I think it's like $55, but I probably will just leave that. I don't know. That's what the whole thing with a bit is to try to hope that it goes up, and then I don't. So anyways, let's get back to the teaching here. We'll go back to the, I only got maybe an hour or two for you guys to call Ted Martin. I have a couple days after that day to try to come up with a couple $100. So I'll re-up some of the stuff. I have the motorcycle that I have for sale. It's been up for sale. I have the flatbed, which I don't want to sell. I want to leave it part of the ministry, but it is what it is. I have everything, lots of things up for sale. But if Father wants something to sell, it will, and I won't worry about it. I should go to, once I pay that, to next month with no income. Imagine that. How does Father always provide? Because I work hard for what I have here. I'm a horse trader like my son. He's been in trouble, but he has been an honest man for. B.O.B. We're listening. We had a Bob night last night. We had some, and then we just turned down the. So these are the players in the game. if you'd like right now, I need you to call this guy right here, Ted Martin, and tell him that you've seen evidence showing that, mistrial, calling from this state, mistrial, Elijah Werner, mistrial. Thanks. I appreciate it, Mommy. You're moderating in here. I'm not trying to overdo it. I just only have a couple more hours and I don't have to worry it anymore. I just have to kind of get myself settled for tomorrow to go down and drive down there and see my son. I don't know if I'm going to get to see him. I don't think they can keep me from being in the same room with him now, like in a trial, because of, I can't conspire with him, so I don't think they can keep us. They do have criminal conspiracy charges, so they might not even let us see each other tomorrow, which would be such a bummer. But I don't know. Whatever Father has in store for me, he's going to do. I don't have any control over this, guys. I've tried so hard to do everything I can, not of my own, and here we are, having you guys 2 hours or something from when this last chance of, you really think in the next 2 hours Ted Martin's going to drop it? I doubt it, guys. But at least if we try, we'll go down in history as trying. That we did try to make a difference. We didn't just stand around and be the silent majority. Sorry, I got something out here. I don't know if somebody's coming down this driveway or not, because I don't have the dogs. They want to be inside with the dad. Oh, okay, that's not. They're moving some. Oh, that's, you want to go outside, kiddo boy? I let this kid in, boy. You want to go back out there, kid? It's just the backhoe. It's just the backhoe. Get some of these biscuits here. Biscuits should be wheat, barley, rye, oats. I'm so thankful that I have Father. I don't know what I would do if I didn't understand that Father's controlling all things and creates all things. I think I would have gone on insane already. I think I would have probably shot John Mogul. I may have shot those 2 state troopers. I'd have the right of some American non-pastor doesn't understand Meek and all these things. And, I'm going to assert my rights. There's nothing they could have done. There are people on that video, because I posted this on the local page on multiple Christmas Valley Community, Christmas Valley United, Christmas Valley Community 2, Kiss My Ass Christmas Valley. We have pages that are Facebook forums that are basically the talk of the town. And some people said, that dude's stupid. He could have been shot dead. That's a criminal trespass. So people have had understand, because people are like, well, who is he? Don't matter who he was. Well, why is he there? Doesn't matter why he's here. If he comes with warrant, I have to let him on the property. He can only search what is called in warrant and the person that's called in the warrant. Specified, signed by a judge. But he didn't come from a warrant. He came to serve papers, which he has the right. But when I tell him to leave, his service ends. He can't keep proceeding towards me. I don't care if you're served. Do it. Figure it out another way. That's not a legal service. I don't care. I'll call it. I'm going to show up tomorrow and say that I was summoned. He said I was, but I wasn't legally. I already know my right. To be a criminal trespass, he had to break through to serve papers behind a locked gate. He entered an open gate that was clearly posted on the gate, do not trespass, in multiple poles on the way. That's not trespassing. Once I said, you can stumble onto somebody's property, accidentally take the wrong meds. But when somebody asks you to leave, first I thought he was a police officer because I wasn't sure who he was. I thought maybe, I don't know who he was. It looked like a plainclothes cop. So I asked him if he had a warrant. He said he didn't. I asked him immediately to go to the exit of the property, go to the outside of the property, the edge of the property, go to the edge. I might meet it, but go. He kept coming. He did not stop. He was going to put those papers throw them at my face, and that's not a legal service. When he was told to leave and move around, now I don't know, because I show you the video. Watch his hands. He's like, I'm not sure what he's doing. If I had shot John Mogul dead right there, there's nothing, I would receive no conviction. There was no crime committed. I have the right to deem necessary force. They had already brought 30 men with guns that are in law enforcement that work for the same system and permanently have scarred me. I immediately, because they left all this powder that took me weeks out of my eyes, I've had a concussion since day one. You don't hit somebody in the head with a flash concussion grenade. You throw it into the room they're in. It concussed the room, not their face. So, day one, I've already seen from their illegal prosecution, have received physical damage for their illegal prosecution. So if I just shot John Mogul dead and I shoot twice, I don't miss. Look at my expert marksman on my DD-24. That's not a threat. They would have had to drag his ass out of here, and his poor wife or whoever he has. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he's, I don't know. It looks like that dude off of Goonies. Baby Ruth, that guy. He kind of looked like that guy, but yeah, I'm not trying. That's what he looks like. Go watch the video. But I wouldn't want any of his family members to have to deal with his loss of his ability to breathe and have a hole in his head like some kind of Oscar disease from a fish tank, and a hole in his chest because I shoot people in the chest and then the head because that's the way I was trained. Double tap, and I can't even prevent myself from doing it because I was trained. But I wasn't armed. I didn't even have a sidearm on me, so that was not even the thought of my head, but I was very concerned about him shooting me. Well, he kept reaching, kept coming, so I kept telling him to stop. He didn't stop. That is a clear criminal trespass. I say that on the video that you heard earlier. When I called the DA, I have an open case that I called because I don't never call 911. I think I've called 911 maybe an hour, or I don't know. I think this may be the first time I called a non-emergency line. I always have it recorded. Oh, I think, yeah, I don't have any ice. My ice machine went out. I bought that ice machine and it only worked for about a week or two, but hey, it was good for a couple weeks. So I am so thankful that I don't have to walk around my own property with some sidearm. I used to open carry all the time. I can open carry right now. I have the right to. I don't have any record. So, but I don't. I'm not scared, but I do fear that in the last week I have been working my ass off to get all this property gated back up, because if they try to come with some illegal warrant again for some stupid reason, I want the ability to somehow kill my animals. They didn't care last time, and so I couldn't even let my dogs to the end of the property, which I'd like them to have the ability, because they ran over all the kennels and all my stable, all my everything, all this houses, all the sheep, the goats, they ran all of it over on purpose. I can prove that in a court of law. I will get that back from when when they asked me, can we have the gate code? I immediately, without resistance, gave it to them, and they said they didn't want to ruin anything, and they came in because you could see the way the poles, they ran over all my fencing, were laid in. They ran them over to come in. And then they told me, like when they were telling me, acting all nice in their thing, we don't want to wreck your house, Tracy. Thump, more tear gas canisters, come launching in the windows. 5 of them. No, we don't want it. Yeah, they wanted me to come out with a gun and shoot me dead, brothers and sisters. That's what they wanted. Their stupidity and their discovery says that they tried to clear this up without a use of force incident. Sam Birch says he contacted me 5 times prior to the elude. 5 times. I never talked to Sam. He said that I pleaded the 5th and remained silent. And he Mirandized me. He never Mirandized me. That alone will get this case dropped out. I want to see if Elijah was Mirandized. I want to see body cam, because it says in the report that there's body cam of me being Mirandized, and then I took I took the remainder to side. I never did. I started cussing their ass as soon as the state turned me over to the county. I started cussing the state out. You fucking pigs, you pieces of fucking shit, you cocksucking motherfuckers, you goddamn pieces of fucking pigs. I know this county, crooked fucking county. You're gonna sit here and you come in and fucking wreck my house, and then you sit there and turn me over to these crooked, you fucking pieces of shit. Fuck you, you stupid fucking. And every time one came by, I ripped their ass roll. You know, because I'm in the back and, you know, in shiny bracelets. Sam Birch never Mirandized me. As soon as you got in that vehicle, you fucking pig. Fuck you, you piece of shit. You fucking tyrant. You fucking pig, dude. You got kids, man. Do you even know why you're here? Yeah, you do, you fucking pig. You were that one. Yeah, you are, you fucking piece of shit. Go fuck yourself, Sam. Fuck you, man. You're a fucking tyrant pig. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything to me. If you do, you better tell me you're fucking 180 hours. What about my son's 180 hours, asshole? Fuck you. Why'd you swap this house, you piece of shit, motherfucker? I'm peaceful. Notice I didn't do anything. You didn't get what you want, did you, you fucking piece of shit, fucking pig? God damn it. How the fuck could they turn me back over to you guys? You guys are fucking criminals. You know that, Sam? You're a piece of shit. You're a fucking tyrant. And you're a waste of fucking time. You just wait. You fucking, why were you here? Did you even look into Elijah's 180 hours? You know, we both live in this community, Sam, you fucking pig. So how was when did I have time to be Mirandized, and when did I shut up? I didn't shut up for an hour and a half, brothers and sisters. Not once. Sam Birch never had the chance to Mirandize me. Oh, after about a half an hour, I stopped calling him a fucking pig. Then I tried to get him to be a hero. All right, listen, motherfucker. We both live in this town. You got any fucking kids, Sam? Do you realize what you did? This is my son. I know he fucking did this shit. Did you even look into anything, Sam? Come on, man. Be a hero, Sam. Be a fucking hero, Sam. Look into 180 hours. I'm sitting there. You say you're on my fucking live stream, you fucking pig. Did you even call Lake County Probation to see? My call, I called. Did you look into that? No, you're a fucking pig, tyrant, cop sucking piece of shit, Sam. Fuck, man. Fuck you. Don't look back at me. Either answer me or look at the fucking road. Don't crash this vehicle, pig. Now, this was the ride for an hour and a half. So how the fuck did this guy Mirandize me? And then he said I remained silent. You believe that, guys? I apologize, guys, but that's what I said. I normally don't, how did I remain silent? That's what the report says. I Mirandized Tracy Werner, and then he pleaded the fifth to remain silent. What? So I'm asking him, dude, come on, man, be a hero. We both got kids, dude. Be the hero in this case, Sam. Realize, I know I used to be a pig myself. Sam, I was a pig just like you. Suey, I was a pig, cop sucker just like you, man. But, dude, we live in this community. You said he admitted he had kids. I said, well, do it for his fucking community, dude. Are you serious? I'm doing this for my son, dude. You think I fucking like being thrown and fucking what you guys just did to me? I did this for my son, man. If he was guilty, you think I'd fucking be doing this? I'm doing this, Sam, because he's not fucking guilty, dumbass. Be a fucking hero, Sam. Go talk to these pigs and tell them, let's look into this, guys. We might have made a mistake here. Be a hero, Sam. Nobody's going to listen to you, Sam. You might lose your job over this, man. I already told you to quit your job. You're a fucking pig tyrant anyways. You work for a corporation. You should go just fuck yourself. You're a pig and I don't like you, but still we got to live in this community together. And now you admitted to me you got kids and you're not going to do anything about it. See, you're a fucking tyrant. You could be a hero. Maybe I'll get a call after you throw me in the jail. I'll get let out, Sam, because I'll know you are a fucking hero, Sam. I'm a veteran. Heroes die for their country, Sam. You want to be a hero? I'm not threatening you, but hey, they might not like what you do. You be a red flag whistleblower like me. Oh, well, Sam. God's watching. You believe in Sam? I'm a pastor. Yeah, I was cussing at you, Sam. Fuck you, Sam. You're a pig. Father doesn't want us to hang around low energy swine, and you're a fucking pig. He said, don't cast your pearls in the mud, and you're a pig. So I shouldn't even be telling you this, pig. You're a fucking tyrant, Sam. I can't believe I just sat here for an hour and you haven't already said, all right, Tracy, you don't say. Now you're just sitting there and you won't even say anything. You're all froze up like a fucking statue. Fuck you, you pig. I never shut up. So anybody who works for the government is a person in government. They're a pig. And he said, don't cast your pearls before swine. I'm not just talking about these ones wearing these. So, brothers and sisters, how did I remain silent? How did he Mirandize me? They will produce. And I've been screaming at Ted Martin, listen here, you're wasting the county's money. Under a right of discovery and suppression of evidence, I believe this was my first whatever kangaroo crap they brought me in, and said, dude, drop this case right now. You ain't got shit. Nothing. Stand down right now. Take this case. You can't even know my right of discovery and suppression of evidence. I know my rights. I've looked through your discovery. You cannot produce a body cam. See that dumb fucking idiot chief of finance, Ted Martin, some clerk who's working for the Queen, all this law that you don't understand, that I just took $300 fucking million from him. Hallelujah. Froze it up. There'll be no capital letter Broadway Tracy trial because that's all been vacated. And we're going to play that video in a minute. Please call right now. I apologize for all the cursing. I'm trying to go over the evidence. I mean, this was what happened. And they'll have all those bodies because if all their body cams walk by, you fucking piece of shit, motherfucker, they'll have it on body cam. So it is what it is. I apologize for the cursing, guys. I've done thousands of hours. You can find doing content. If you just go back prior to this SWAT raid, you won't be cussing at all. For months and years, I didn't cuss. Go watch my stream. I might have let one out or something, but no, I don't know. I don't mix cursing with the word. Go to prior to that 2 weeks and you'll not find any cussing, guys. I'm in a very troublesome time and I apologize about my mouth. But I've got to use it, guys. This is my only chance here, and cursing's, I think, the last of what Father is concerned about what I'm doing here. So I do apologize for my foul swine mouth here, and I do again, if you don't want any of that and you don't want to participate with that, you just want to learn, please just go back. Okay, you can find plenty of lessons, hundreds and thousands of hours of me talking about celestial things and the gospel more than anything, things of the world, as far as what's going down on the ground, what's going on earth is all that. So I just apologize for that tirade. I think that's more cursing than I've ever said. And, but that's what I said. So I find it very hard that I remain silent, guys. That's just the stupidest thing in the world. Can you imagine me just being quiet after that happening to me? I mean, I thought on it for a minute. I did. I was very cooperative when they pulled me out. You can see I was totally cooperative. I didn't resist, not at all. I was just trying to get numbers for my dogs. And when they turned me over to the state, I'm like, I even thanked them. I was concerned for my son. I didn't see him, but I was thinking, I'm trying to be the king of wishful thinking, saying, thank you for not shooting my son, because I knew I heard them. I wanted to get one of them to admit, I believe if you heard me, I said, thank you for not shooting or hurting my son, because I wanted them to discover evidence. Well, we did, and I had memory at the time when I knew they had shot my son, and then had to get my daughter out of there. I mean, I'm playing like hostage negotiation, and I still got to negotiate my own ass coming out there without them, and they want to kill me, guys. They want me to come out with a gun so they can shoot me. There's all the evidence will show in a appellate court. If it goes to trial and Elijah is convicted, then we bring this to a federal appeals court, appellate court, appeal to appeal this case, which will leave the county. See, this is the thing that they have forgotten, that it will leave the county, because most people don't go to trial here. I don't even know if they know how to produce a proper Sixth Amendment right, proper witness called, proper discovery, all discovery, no suppression of any evidence, all a proper trial to try to give somebody the right to give their innocence of the guilty criminal crime that they have been under some crimes of commerce convicted of as a statute, not as a person. You're just a statute. That's why this goes under ORS. Like they're trying to charge me with ORS, which is a statute. And I say in court too, I'm not a statute or a mandate, or I don't say mandate, I'm our code. I'm not our corp. I'm not part of your corp. Remember, I was never arrested under a capital letter name. Nope. You'll never find me once ever saying that I was. No, I was not. No, I have before in the past, but it is what it is. I still have my son to worry about at that time. He was a lot younger. He is a man now, and he's shown that he's. Last time he got in trouble with me, and he took a deal right away. He didn't know what to do. So it was I that got my son in trouble. I did it. God knows I got my son in trouble. I did it. I will not run. It was I who thought I could, this guy, I thought this guy I know for 5 years would make something right, who owed me thousands of dollars that I have proof of, just like this case, but it didn't turn out at all like I thought. It turned out the complete opposite. It ended up getting Elijah in trouble. He didn't know what to do. He was a child, a minor child. He'd never been expelled from school once, never got any, he wasn't in school the whole time because I homeschooled him, but, a good chunk of his, a little more than half, I think he went to public schools, but he never once got in trouble in school. He get in trouble with the teachers, and not like you're thinking it's because he's over teaching. He's teaching about things like, no gravity. There's no such thing as gravity. It's only magnetics and electricity. And they're like, your son is interrupting the lesson. He's sitting there like teaching about stuff that's outside of this, high school stuff. And we need him to, he's interrupting the class. Well, challenge him for Christ's sake, if he's asking you. So he would not get in trouble and but they would ask him to stop or whatever. And then they would pull him to the side, and then he'd argue with the teacher. And he would never got in trouble, but he's like, well, no, that's what my dad taught me. And I'm not going to, he said, I can learn here and I can learn what he taught and I can bring it all home and filter it later, but you can't, And so he was kind of an issue for his classroom because my son could talk at a year old. He could conversate with people. Or like, what in the hell is that? It's like keychain size, that thing's talking. And he was out of diapers at 9 months or something, potty trained, walking and talking little, just way. And he's not, there's others. I know people have had kids. And then when I see people like the kid still kind of half and 2-3 years old, like, what's wrong with my kid? Nothing. They all develop at a different rate. There's nothing wrong with your kid. They all, but your son talks so early. Yeah. And mine just kind of, yeah, it's a normal. It's not, I wouldn't be concerned. It'll all catch up. Like some kids have big heads and they grow into it. And Elijah was just more, I don't know. I had to be around me, I guess. And maybe that made him that way. I didn't mean to. It just is what it is. So I think it just who he was. I honestly just think it who he was. He was very, very, Elijah, you want some ice cream? Ice cream? I like chocolate. That's my favorite. You have chocolate? People are like, what in the hell just came out of that little thing's mouth? It don't even look big enough to stand up, and it's sitting there talking to me. So it wasn't easy for Elijah to go to school, because when I put him in public schools, he would challenge the narrative, if you will. He's trying to teach kids algebra when they're only doing addition. He's distracting the class. We need him to stop talking about multiplication. Well, I homeschool him. You guys go at this speed. I can get him ahead of all that and say, hey, you want to learn all this real quick? We can go fishing. Go to football, learn it, get 100%, show your work. I'll show you how to show your work. You add something, you can subtract it. If you show your work, you'll know what your answer is every time. You'll know what your grade is going to be. You already know. They figured that out with a lot of things. Were pissed off when they were trying to teach him algebra because they wanted to teach him these other. I don't care if he got the right answer. It doesn't matter. But I taught him how to show his work. On anything, I taught him if you show your work, man, you can reverse your answer to check your answer, and then you could stop and go. Your friends come and go, hey, you want to come and play football? And you could go, well, yeah, and not go back to your work and forget where your problem was, because you'll know exactly along where you're at. And so he took to a lot of these things. His teaching for me was just homeschooling was really beneficial because he can learn at his rate. And he could cover things much quicker, and then he could go play and be a kid, get the learning out of the way, and go be a kid. So I pushed him hard in the way that I did, but not in a sense any harder as I was pushed. It was called work hard. We had to do our chores, homework, and whatever thing. If we got in trouble, like me, some extra things I always have to do before we could go outside and play. A lot of kids had to come in by the light to get your homework done and all that. We didn't have that thing. We came home immediately. We didn't dilly-dally to get home. We had to come home, vacuum, dust, whatever. We had a list 6 days a week. We only got 1 day a week when we were kids. So it seemed like I was always working on the 7th day because I was always in trouble. But we worked hard. We did everything, the homework first, and then we got to go out and stay out as long as we wanted to. We didn't have a bedtime. We didn't have a time we had to come home. We had to come time to not be tired for school the next day. But that was everybody else, right? Everybody went home, and we're like one of the few people outside. They're like, dude, your dad is so strict. Every time around, he's freaking yelling at you. You guys are always doing, gosh, you guys are always mowing the lawn. We don't have to do any of the things you guys do. You guys do everything. No, we don't. My dad still does a lot of things. We're rebuilding this whole house. You know, I do. My brothers aren't in trouble. I do, but my dad is not. Yeah, but you guys are out so late now. You guys say, you know, you're in trouble, but you're out. Yeah, well, I can be out as late as I want as long as I get back and I'm not tired for school and I get a bad grade. My dad don't care as long as I don't get trouble. So I'll see you later, man. You better get home and go do your homework, man. Your parents are going to whoop your. So people were like, we were one of the few people out later in the evening, you know, and there was a couple who just didn't care, didn't do their homework or whatever and stayed out late. But people always wondered, like, how come you guys don't got to go home? Your parents or your dad is a freaking slave driver, man. I mean, and you guys are out here all night. Well, we don't have any homework to do. It's all done. We have to do everything first. And so work hard. And what he taught me was a different kind of, you know, play hard. He said, look, son, if your brothers won't worry, you're not going to get this, but I'm going to try with you anyways. You just do whatever you want, don't you? Look, man, if you get this stuff done, you know, you can do what you want. Like you always just want to do what you want. You won't listen to me. You know, your brothers don't get in trouble because they do what they're told. And I know you love not doing anything or just the minimum. But I know you're so smart. You're not like your brothers. You're definitely not like your brothers. You don't ever end, Tracy, just so you know. I didn't tell that to my brothers. I know he never once said that to my brothers, and he would tell me that often. And we've got reefer madness in here. We got reefer madness. We got the 70s CIA legislation going in here. So anyways, he said, Tracy, look, I want to teach you something, and I don't think you're going to listen to me. I don't think you're going to hear me because you just do whatever you want. He said, man, but if you work hard and you get all this stuff done because you just want to do the minimum. You don't care. I see. You don't want to get grades like your brother. You just don't care what anybody thinks. So listen, I love you just like all my boys, and I don't love you any more than them, and I love you guys all the same. But I want you to have the same afforded as them. If you work hard, then you can play hard. And if you'll get this stuff done and keep leaving these little loose ends that you leave behind because you don't think it matters, just get those done. When you're out there, you won't be thinking about anything else, and you can just break more, you break all. Why stop breaking bones, please? Do you realize your brothers have never had stitches? You all ride motorcycles. You all ride skateboards. You all ride. You are the only one who breaks bones. You've broken more bones than but they've never broken a bone. They've never had stitches. How many times have I taken you for stitches, Tracy? Every time you get out of a fucking cast, you're in another cast. Listen, work hard, get it done. So when you go out there, you're not worried about anything you left behind. How can you not? If you think it needs to be a C, then just make it a B, Tracy. Okay? Stop thinking you just need to get a C. I won't whoop your ass and get the belt out if you get a C. Yeah, but you can easily get a B. You're smart. Your brothers get A's, straight A's. They don't miss no days in school. And they don't even try. You're from good genes. My dad sounded like stinking Donald Trump. You're a Werner, damn it. Now act like you don't go out there and make me look bad. You make me look bad, I'll whoop your ass. I don't give a fuck who you are, son. I'll beat the shit out of you. You don't like it? Tell them I beat you. They'll take you away from me. You don't ever have to be with me again. Tell them I smoke marijuana. Go tell your people at school to come get you away. Go be with your new parents if you don't like it. But I'm telling you, I'm tired of you just not listening and just kind of getting by and think you just be Mr. Spacey Tracy all the time. You've got to understand, if you'll work hard and get all these things done, you do your chores. I don't ever have any problems, but it's these other little things you always leave behind because you're always worried about everybody else, fix everybody else's problems. If you'll just fix those things, you could play harder than all of them. I know. People think you're nuts. You're crazy. I'm fine with that. You're not like your brothers. I don't know if you're from my loins, son. You're different. Your brothers' heads are in the clouds, and you're like, hello, Tracy, Nanu, come back to Earth. You're somewhere in space, Spacey Tracy. So that was me, brothers and sisters. No matter what, I'm just giving you a little understanding of who I am. I just don't do this world. I don't blend from the beginning. But I work hard. And last night we played hard. We had some music and we had a good time. So I did learn how to stop doing and missing those little dots and things, and I still be able to get that by, and then it was able to be able to even set further away and like, oh, okay, I figured that out. Dad was right. Get that little bit work done. And thank you so much, Teresa. They didn't answer. I bet you. Blessings. If I get one person to call, I appreciate it. Did they take a message from you? Did they say anything? I know you can't call them. So I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for letting me share, you guys. I'm just a dude, some weirdo. I've always been kind of an outcast, if you will. I just haven't blended well with this world. I told you from a couple streams ago when I started thinking about how other people think reality was, and I knew mine was not. I didn't think like anybody else. I didn't want to be here. I wanted to die right then. I didn't want to. It's like, oh, no, I'm not supposed to be here. I landed in the wrong, like Quantum Leap. And then we don't do that. But you remember the movie Quantum Leap, right? I was like, oh, wow. Because I went from having a horrible upbringing where everything is just it's just a lot of physical death and violence and things that my mind has blocked out for a lot of years. I really don't remember my mom and dad together, but brief moments and then lots of violence and things like that. So when I come into where my dad steals me from my mom and we, outrun Los Angeles Police Department to go get taken and brought into the Hells Angels to be safe until he could get legal counsel, hiding from LAPD with the Hells Angels. I don't know, guys. My life was just down the I-5 at, 115 miles an hour in the van. Dad's running from LAPD, stole me from my mom because she wasn't there. So it wasn't, he came and got us. She just wasn't there. Very awesome. They answered, but cool. Thank you so much, Teresa. Did you give a state? Hey, I'm calling from, I hope you didn't give a number or a name. And they have your number, and I wouldn't worry. You didn't do anything illegal. You have the right to freedom of speech. I think you'll be one of the last people to get called as a witness if you're just saying, hey, at the trial. They're probably going to call a lot of this evidence that has to do with your voice of just saying, hey, mistrial. So I don't know. It's just that you could have called and said, hey, this guy on Tracy's whacked. You guys should go lock that dude up. I don't care what you say. Give your opinion honest if you can. I don't really want to sway you. I'll give you, if you're on this side, if you witness what's going on, the ability to stand with what I believe is the evidence that would show that Elijah is completely 100% innocent and will have to be reimbursed actually from month 17. From month 17, if I just had the money, Elijah could have been off probation and I'd still have my gold and silver. So I don't care about that stupid gold and silver, guys. It's nothing to me. I don't care about. Just that was my retirement. So like right now, I wouldn't even have to ask you guys because I didn't spend it like that. I could just go take a couple $100 worth of silver and take it back into the coin shop or just ask somebody. I know sometimes people, hey, can I get a loan from you? And I don't want to even take a loan because, here's some silver. Let me throw this and I'll get you that back. And you give me my silver back. Okay, though. I don't really want to give it to you. So, it helped me with things like that. So, she asked me, I don't want to leave my number. I politely declined. Cool. All right. Very much. It's looking like he is hiding out from answering his phone. Makes no sense. He doesn't answer her. Have an answer machine. Mommy, he's never once called me back. one time. And you see, he doesn't have an answer machine. That is the craziest thing. The prosecuting attorney does not have any way to leave him a message. Huh? That's how they hide shit around here, guys. They'll give the message, but he didn't get that, or they were like, right, it goes into the shredder. I've talked to the person who has been following this story. He's a writer. He says, this is how this works. This is how this works. So don't you find that ironic that he's the prosecuting attorney, and yet he's trying to prosecute my son? Don't you find his ability that prosecuting shouldn't be his line of work if he can't get a fair trial for my son trying to prosecute him? Guys, I just showed you evidence that the investigator for my son's attorney said he didn't know anything about the 180 hours. Huh? The whole case is about the 180 hours, proving his innocence that he did it and then did the 180 or 133. That's why I wouldn't let him stop that day, because he had already done the 180 and they don't even want to look at it. See, they would have to bring in all the people, Don Morgan, Tom, Lily, Richard Greer, all these people. And then Elijah did. So on this, now keep this in mind. Put this 180 aside. Watch how stupid this. They say he violated his probation. Watch. He violated his probation is one of his charges. For not doing his community service, the 180 hours that he said he didn't do, they said he only did 47. So he had to do the 133, which he had an hour, or 12 months, an hour, 12 months, a whole year extended. No, you got a violation. They didn't violate him. They just said, hey, you didn't do these back here, which he did. So we call the attorney and like, what the fuck? He's like, dude, it's probation. They do what they want. I'm a criminal attorney. Go get the hours. Just tell them. I know he did them, Tracy. Remember? You called me month 17. We went over the fucking restitution. But they do what they want. Like I told you, it's your son's arrest. Hey, they do whatever the fuck they want there. If your son was in any other county right now, I'm out. I'm a criminal attorney, Tracy. They're probation. It's a separate thing. Document it. Thank you, John. All these don't exist. They didn't try to put any of this together. So that's the 180. Now Elijah has to do these remaining because he only did 47. Should have been at month 6. Hey, you got to do hour 48. Not until month 33. He tries 3 months to get it. They extend his probation for a year. He has 12 months to complete the 133 hours because he didn't get him done in the 3 months. They're like, okay, well, you didn't. I think he started, and he was trying to get the hours because they said, well, if you get the 180 hours document, you won't have to do the 130. Prove to us you did. So he starts calling Lily Frank. He starts calling Lake Probation, just like you called Ted Martin, and they won't answer him. So he has no way to get his, because I call, and they won't even give me at 5 months a way to give him a hard copy of what they said. Yeah, he's in the computer, and he doesn't have any more hours. He's done all his hours. He can, Why didn't that call get brought up? That could have saved drones. 25 plus men with, I believe, 3 heavy armored vehicles could have prevented all that. Elijah at month 33 is told, hey, you didn't complete these, so he gets a year extension after 3 months. That means he has 12 months to do that 133 hours, guys. At month 42, they violated him and put him in jail for not completing the 133 hours that they said he had a whole fucking year to do. What? At month 45, they said, fuck it, we're throwing him in prison. I'm like, fuck you, you're not doing that. Go fuck yourself. He still has 3 months of fucking probation that he could do this shit. You can't be coming after him. You already threw him in a cage once. Illegally. He's not even the 12 fucking months aren't up. You shouldn't have extended this shit for a fucking year. It's not like you violated him. You gave him a year to complete it. You're going to fucking throw him in jail at 45? Fuck you. I'll take his ass first. That's an illegal arrest. That's what it says in the paper. Crusher Brunsman, you're not helping this man. All you're supposed to do is assert a number. You know this. You're the head of probation. He came into your fucking county on terms and condition. Are you serious? You threw him in jail, Kresha. You didn't have to do that. Are you fucking out of your mind, lady? You kidnapped my fucking son. So if you try to issue a warrant for his arrest, I've asked you. You won't give me copy. You won't send me shit. You won't. He's already done these hours. He has witness like back there. Fuck you, Kresha, bro. I didn't say that to her. I said, Kresha, bro, I'm coming. You think I go away? I'm always working, Crusher Brunsman. I'm letting you know right now. You put him in a warrant for his arrest. He has time. I will arrest him. Your warrant is not valid. You have a whole police department over there. You've got the city of Eugene. You've got Lane County. You've got all your SWAT vehicles. That's a lot. I'm 3 fucking hours away, Kresha. Now, if you issue a warrant for his arrest, I will arrest his body, and you mark my fucking words. Kresha Brunsman, I will arrest him. He's 3 hours away. You have all those men. I will get him before you do. You mark my words. This is recorded. All recorded, brothers and sisters. I find that your warrant is not valid. I will arrest his body. And I will not let you put him in a rape cage, Kresha. You already did once. Illegally, you kidnapped my son. If you think you're going to do it again, I will arrest him. Your arrest is not warranted. I will have my warrant for his arrest is going to protect his asshole, Kresha, because you're sitting there and he still has time. And so if you issue that warrant, don't be surprised if he shows up and I have him. You had all that time. So as soon as you issue that warrant, you better get those police on him. This is all being recorded, Gresh. I don't know what you're doing with the last few recordings, but I'm recording this too. So you know, that's right. You issue a warrant, I will issue a warrant for his arrest, and yours isn't valid. I don't recognize it. I have under, I didn't say at the time, affirmative defense. I have the evidence, so I will arrest him and I will warrant his arrest and I'll take his body. And so good luck. We'll see. There's no such thing as luck, Gresha. You mark my words, though. You have a whole police department to get him, and he's 3 hours away. He will be in my custody. I will accost his body. I will force him, and I won't let him leave until you look at this evidence. And I kept my word, Rose Sisters. I kept my word. I said that that's what I was going to do, and that's why when he called me, it said, Dad, they want me to come in a half an hour early. I said, Elijah, they're going to arrest you. What? But Dad, I was doing all my hours. Elijah, look on this website. Look on this website. It'll show you if there was a warrant issued for your arrest, and then call them if there is. All right. Call me, Dad, there is. I said, call him. He said, yep, they revoked my probation, Dad. I'm like, them motherfuckers. That means he's going to have to face all that shit that he had already, all those years and all that shit he'd already done. They're going to downward departure him, throw him in prison. And I'm like, uh-oh. Elijah, call them and ask them what you need to do. I want you to stop where you're at right now. I don't care who you're working for. Stop and call them and find out if that's true, because you saw it, yes, and find out what they want you to do. And he called me back. He said, well, Dad, they did. They're starting my downward departure. They've issued a warrant for my arrest, and I can go turn myself in. Or because it's in Lake County, I can come out to Lake County and turn myself in there. I said, okay, we'll just come out here. We'll take care of it when you get here. Everything's all right, son. Remember, just come out here. I didn't know he was going to bring his wife out with him. So when he got here, he said, all right, Dad, I got to surrender myself. I said, fuck you, motherfucker. You don't tell me that fucking word surrender in there, motherfucker. I don't ever want to hear that come out of your mouth again. Sit the fuck down. Give me your keys. Now. And I took his battery out of his car. I said, you ain't, and you too, lady, you are not leaving anywhere. If they want to throw your husband in a fucking cage, you're going to spend some time with them. You have nothing to do with this. You're under arrest. Too. You, both of you. And we're going to prepare. You're a felon. I don't want you around anything. We're going to have a separate place where you can't even have a fucking fork. That way they come in here and say that you're armed. So you're going to find a separate place. You're both under arrest. You're not going anywhere. I've accosted your body. If you leave, you're going to have to fucking answer to me. I've got your keys. You think you could leave on foot? Remember, I got calluses and I can run a lot longer than you. You work on cars. I work on a ranch. Fuck you. You're under arrest. Don't ever tell me that word again. Fuck you. I don't hear surrender. Fuck you. I'm a veteran, Elijah. Don't give me no hard time. You sit there and you shut the fuck up for a minute. I know. And she trembling like, what the fuck? I said, if he's going to get thrown in a fucking cage and they're going to put him in, you're going to spend time with your fucking husband. I'm demanding it. This might be the last time you see him for fucking years. You're going to sleep next to your husband. I'm going to provide a place. You don't have a fucking choice. You understand, Adriana? Don't give me no fucking lip either. I don't want to hear shit out of either of you. I know we're all adults here, but this fucking telling me surrender shit ain't going to fuck you. You're not surrendering yourself. We have the evidence. We'll get on YouTube. I have the Predestined Light channel. It's about 17,000. We'll start making waves. Maybe the media will get involved. We'll have somebody come out here. We can do this. You didn't do anything wrong. They know. Elijah already called. You know I called Precious. She knows that you're here. We're not going to run. We're not going to go anywhere. If we did something wrong, we would run. I'd take you into the gold mines. We got places I can stick you out. Remember, I know somebody said they had to do the same thing, and they caught federal charges. 7 years it took them to clear. They went and hid in the mines. We're not going anywhere. So don't ever tell me that word surrender. You're not going anywhere. I don't hear that. So don't ever let that come out of your mouth. We'll figure it out. I love you, bud. And Adrian, I apologize, sweetheart. You're my daughter, but you're not going anywhere. Don't even get into your fucking head. If I think you're going to leave, don't make me force you to. I don't want to do that. Enjoy the time you have. Let's be calm about this. And if we act calm and we get this out there, there's no way they can arrest you, Elijah. We know that you did this. You can start calling these people again. We'll just document. We did it. 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks. And then I stood up when I got the whiteboard out. And when I got the whiteboard out, that's when criminal Ted Martin got at that warrant to bring the SWAT team out. They said enough. They saw all those names and went, oh shit, this dude just actually made it real. 3 days later, they swatted this house. So if you want to prevent another SWAT warrant on me, because they could at any time for some stupid reason under a statute, and I'm not a statute, but more importantly, you may be able to have the trial vacated, because yesterday, and I will show you here in a minute, I got to get some wood on the stove, get this place warm back. It's getting a little chilly in here. I mean, I don't have a coat on or anything, but I had it pretty warm in here. I had a big fire going this morning. It was really cold. I think it was in the teens. You can call District Attorney Ted Martin and say, hey, I'm calling from what state? I'm anonymous. You can tell them then your name. You don't have to give them any information. Already played the call. I would not ask you to do something. Don't say anything illegal. Please don't get yourself in trouble. I don't want you to be involved. If you want to be a part of history and know that you stood with a man that they're trying to legally throw in jail that has already done his time for this crime. He has. I can show you he has. And his time is community service. And has paid not off all his restitution, but he has. He started paying restitution of that month 18, guys. He hadn't paid any up to month 17. And then we visited can he get off early? Yeah, he can get off early if he pays his restitution. He qualifies because he did all his community service. That's what Ryan Solberg said. So, got your meds yet? What meds are we talking about there, Joshua? I only use cannabis. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I don't go to some Mexican American. So, you reached the right term, meds, but I don't mess with the big farm guy. The 2 snakes up to the pole, they'll be full by pharmacia. So who's willing to call? There's 16 of you in here. Anybody willing to call? Yeah, I know. All you can see is a hat. Hey, balls deep. You want to get balls deep in some real shit here and not just, your balls covered with, 1 in the pink and 2 in the stink there. You want to actually do something and grow a set of balls? Do something, call. Actually, you don't even worry about it, because I don't want some idiot calling anyways. They just say something stupid. So I want people who want to help here. You can help by making a phone call. Call Ted Martin, and I'll play this thing in a minute and show you. Joseph, no worries, man. Not at all a problem, man. That's a long call, so don't make that call. Okay, I don't need you to. We had people calling from all over the world. We did have people calling from all over the world. All over the world. You might be able to call a 1-800 number and call the sheriff, Lake County Sheriff. But don't, Joseph, your contribution of just coming in here, your tithe of time is appreciate your support. So people will here in America, and it would be nice if people from and they did already. I have probably hundreds of people who have already called. Okay. From out of country, or not out of country, at least 100 people have called probably during those 2.5 weeks. So appreciate you coming back. And I understand that's a long distance call and money's tight. Except over in Europe, or the UK, all that's crashing. Who hid Joshua? But I don't know. Well, I don't know what Joshua said. I didn't see. So, what did Yahushua? No, sorry. But thank you, Joseph, for coming in. I appreciate it. Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to put some wood on the stove. And what I'll do in this time is I'm going to play this video just to start of the phone call to call December 9th and take this $200 million to $300 million away from them. I wish I could just get a couple $100 of it. I need a couple $100 right now to pay my land payments, but if I never see a dime of it, it's okay. And if it just gets locked up forever, it's okay. And if it does get distributed, I don't want any of it. By then I won't need, I'm sure I'll have everything taken care of, but it's not going anywhere as of I know right now. There's no case trial of Tracy, capital letter Werner, capital letter Werner, capital T, capital R, capital A, capital C, capital Y. That's not a thing. They vacated the trial. So I want you to tell them the same thing and say vacate mistrial Elijah Werner, vacate trial, because they did yesterday. So we made some headway, guys.
You were helping people.
Here we go. I'm recording this.
Communicate for free. Please enter your access code.
Here we go. This is the call to court on December 9th. This is a historical day for this ministry, for the United States of America, for dissolving. If we held up, which I think we did, under the bond, the merchant number, possibly $200 to $300 million was put in hold. It's not theirs anymore. They cannot. I subrogated it. I'm going to show you. Subrogation is the taking back of that merchant number, and I'll file power of attorney so that I actually have that and say that is, I am that stand-in for that man, but I'm not. I'm standing in as his attorney, and I will take that bond. And now so I do that by, you'll see how I do this. History was made. This is a new, very unique time to be a part of the dissolving of destruction of this corporation called America. Maybe it will be turned back into a constitutional republic, but I do believe this is how one of the key ways to dissolve what was once a constitutional republic turned into a democracy, dissolve that democracy and turn it back to the constitutional republic that it was. We have to dissolve the corporation. The money that's in the corporation, it bankrupts, and then the constitutional republic come back, if that makes sense. So I believe this is all where Father pours out a just measure. Babylon receives twice the judgment. So I believe this is why it all matches the 1611 Bible, guys. It has to be exactly by the numbers in the 1611 Bible for the payout. Otherwise, it doesn't debit, what you call debit, or it doesn't like credit for 59 days served at $1,380 an hour per minute through the subrogation of that bond. For 59-day credit, it credited $300 million to Carl Washington's account. If you want to see the actual, what I'm telling you, it worked, but it had to be all by the 1611 Bible. There are numbers, and not that I don't teach you, that are taken out in the interlinear. It's not in the King James. It's not in the New International. It's not in all. It is only in the original 1611. Those numbers were taken out for a reason. Gee, I wonder why. So Carl Washington, you have to give credit where the credit was due. Tampa Bay, President, or it doesn't matter. It's 1983 Tampa Bay. If you want to see the case on it, on where the calculator is for the Trezevant is the calculation at the $1,380 per minute for credit while in confinement. This has been done. What I've told you I did yesterday, it has been done. And there's case behind it too. Tampa Bay, 1983. Look it up. At the 1983 prices per minute, it's $1,380 per minute. He was given the credit back for the 59 days time served. He served 1 day. They gave him 59 days credit because of a 60-day. They credited him 59 days. He reversed it at $1,380 per minute at the Trez. Why am I not getting that correct? With the calculator, you have to today, for rate of inflation, have to times that same 1380 by 3 for rate of inflation. So that's how I will adjust the calculator when I do my calculation on this case, because I've already secured all that. I've already secured all that money. It's stopped. They can't take it anymore. It's mine. I just have to file for the power of attorney. Once I file for the power of attorney, file the credit like I told you, and it will kick it back to me. And we'll put it in the ministry. All the ministries will put it in all these. There's plenty of organizations that could use some millions of dollars tax-free. Lots, hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm not getting them. I'm giving the money to give away. The money is mine. It's my birth. They don't think I'm old enough to figure it out, but I have already just shown you exactly how it's done to equate it by the math and how to, we'll play this phone call on the trial date that they're on the hearing date that they had where I made record. The standing clerk court, whichever his name, he's a judge, is saying he's a judge, but I don't believe it was the judge in the case, which was Judge Vandenberg, Dave Vandenberg, where I challenged Dave Vandenberg's judicial capacity in an open court. I believe it's the circuit. It's a fourth article court down here in Lake County, Oregon. It's not a third article court, so it doesn't have it. There's nobody there that's enforcing the Title 18 statutes, not the subtitles, because those are not constitutional. All the Title 18 or the criminal codes or criminal statutes, okay? I know this law. I have studied this profusely for the last 30 years on straw man and this birth certificate. And there's a reason why when I was arrested 6 months ago and asked my name, I did not give a capital letter name. If demanded as I go in this court case, there you hear that one lady snicker in the back because I say, and not all capital letters. She's like, I think somebody got tickled there. They're like, oh shit, we're messed up. So we secured 220 million to 300 million. I don't know. It could be 500. It could be 3 billion probably. If it's a 4-year case, it'll probably be a couple hundred to $200 billion because it's part of the bond. You wouldn't think they had all this money, but they do. They only normally take small portions of it from you. Small portions, sell small portions. I took all of it. I took all of it at one time. Yeah, did you hear that one lady? She laughed when I was like, well, I'm capital T, small r, small a, small c in this issue. Not the lady. You just barely hear it in the background, but I don't think these people know what's happening to them. Some people, when you beat them up, they'll laugh. I know when I used to box, I loved to box, man. Boxing was fun. I like Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, karate, all these different martial arts, different form, but boxing is fun, man, because you're not trying to beat the brakes. And when I wrestle and stuff, you're not trying to beat the brakes off anybody or hurt them, curb stomp them or something, stomp a pothole in their chest or something. But is that what it is per day? See what I'm saying? That's $5 million a day, guys. Just times that by, they kept me in jail for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, mommy. Times that by 2. That's what, just the 2 weeks. And then I have all the subrogation for the notice of liability for all damages. See, I didn't just pull that. That's just the figure I pull for that. When I do this calculator, I do it for all liability damages. So I'll just pull all of it too. I'm just teaching you how to get per case, pull per case. Exactly. It has to credit it back. That's what Carl Wright figured. He only did 1 day in jail for 60 days. He only did one of the 60. They credited him for 59 days. Think of this accounting. Think about it it's like that judge is a corporation. It's like Walmart's trying to say, hey, you got to buy food from us. You don't have to shop at Walmart, guys. You will. If they say they do, you will. Why do you have to shop at Walmart? That's all this is. You think you're out of your mind, Tracy. 5,961,680. No, that can be right. Times 4. Okay, 83 million. Almost a $1 billion. Well, almost 100. No, that's just 100 million. My bad. It's 100 million, Mason, true, but that's more than I would ever need. So, and I'm going to take all of it. I do believe it's probably about 400 billion for the 4-year case. 500 billion. Probably a lot more than that even. Oh, no way, Tracy. Yeah, whatever you think. We'll be here soon. We'll be a witness. We'll see. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm not, I'm not. If I get the calculation right, just like with Carl, when he figured that out with the Trezevant calculator from 1983 for his 59 days credit served at the $13.80 a day. You can do the calculation on it, $1,380 a minute, $1,380 a minute times 24 hours a day times 59 days. They credited him over, I believe, was $360 million is what he was credited for 59 days. $360 million was put into his bank account for serving 1 day in jail and given on a 60 days, credited him. He served 1 day and they credited him for the 59 days. So he took the credit back. See how that works? Because it was a crime of commerce. So he did exactly what I told you. He filed in the courts that the judge was not operating in a third article court in a judicial capacity. He challenged the judge's capacity to be in a judicial capacity, as you see I did with Judge Vandenberg, who I said, you're not a judge. You're only a clerk. You're acting in, I said, Judge Vandenberg is only a clerk. I challenge his judicial capacity. He's not operating in an Article 3 court. The only way they can get that money back from me now, after I file that power of attorney, is that they can prove that they were acting under Title 18, not the subsection, because those aren't constitutional, within the Title 18 criminal statutes, or what they call a criminal code, it don't matter, in an Article 3 court. And there's only one Article 3 court. There's three: Article 1 administrative, Article 4 territorial, both administrative. Article 3 court is the only judicial court that can enforce Title 18 criminal statutes. Otherwise, these are all crimes of commerce under the merchant number, capital letter name. Making sense now how they do this? Because you have a capital letter name on your driver's license, social security card, and birth certificate. It's on others. This is where this money comes from. And I have now taken it from them. And the only way they can get it back, because you hear me say in open court, the only way that he can get it back is if you can prove that you're acting in a judicial capacity in an Article 3 court. So it's done. They're not going to get that money. It's held up. Hundreds of millions, possibly billions of dollars are not going to go fund and kill Ukrainians. So Zelensky's not going to get it. Netanyahu's not going to get it. It's not going to go to the war machine. Isn't that so beautiful? Isn't that not one of the most beautiful things you've ever heard in your life? I hope this is organic. I don't think this is not true, because there's case law. And you see everything I did in open court. He didn't say, hey, you're in contempt of court. Shut the... Well, he did said, stop talking, please. Remember, he asked me 2 times to stop talking, please. He's like, I'm melting. Yeah, we dissolved it, didn't we? Yeah, we did. We did it together, brothers and sisters. This is a ministry. I couldn't have made it through the last 6 months, 8 months without you guys. So thank you for being a part of that. If you want to finish this up strong, we got 1 more hour or something like that. Oh, crap. We got less than an hour, guys. We're going to try to finish strong in a marathon. Please call 541-947-6009. Call now. Call now. You could be the first caller to call now. Call Ted Martin. Say, hey, I'm calling from, give me your state. Don't tell him your name, please. Don't give him your number, please. I'm an anonymous caller, and Elijah Werner, mistrial, December 11th, tomorrow, a mistrial, vacate trial. So, vacate trial. So, we got him to do it yesterday, brothers and sisters. They did vacate the trial of the straw man, Tracy Werner. That is not a case. The case has been vacated. So I do believe we are already seeing history being made, brothers and sisters. Isn't that neat? Isn't that just beautiful? That money is taken away from the corporation, which funds the war machine, and now it sits in holding. If not a dime ever is released, it's okay. That is master. Thank you, Father. You cannot serve 2 masters. You cannot serve Mammon and God. Thank you, my master, Father, for being so beautiful and taking the money from this corporate pig, people in government. so we don't have black operations that go fund killing Ukrainian children and Iranian children or Iranian children. Thank you, all children. Nobody should die because of taxes in America. I don't care what war it is, what cause it is. Nobody should be dying outside our country from our weapons. That's not under the new covenant, brothers, sisters. He says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we are not to go outside our borders. That money will not go outside the borders, guys. That is so freaking amazing. Woo! I love that. I don't care if I ever get a dime. I don't want any of it. I don't want it. But if we can use it, we'll make a clause. Pastor Tracy can't get any of it. The only thing he said is he gets to build his, and I'll put it in the name of the ministry, High Desert Faith Ministry. It doesn't have to be mine. Overland vehicles. So if you want to be an overlander like me, during these times, we'll get our Toyotas and we'll go hang out in the woods together. We'll sit down, we'll eat brook trout. We'll go see rainbows and waterfalls, and we'll go see, places like national monuments and things that, instead of being in the city working for a job, we'll have this ministry paid off. There'll be people here that'll grow food for us. We'll all be a part of it. We'll all put our hands in the soil. This dream that I had for 10 years that I'd never built, it would be okay because it'll all come together later in the name of High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. And we'll be able to provide for others. We'll have abundance. We'll grow so much food here. We'll feed the community. We'll have extras. We'll get a freeze dryer. We'll freeze dries all the extras, and we'll give those and put those in storage for later so we can take them to the woods if we need them. We'll go find a bunch of holes. This place is porous, brothers and sisters. This is the Cascade Range. We'll find every hole here and we'll fill it with food. And then we'll go run away to the woods and we'll have plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and all those holes with food in them. And then we'll be like, look at all those people fighting down there. Mommy, give me those other binos. Let me see here. Holy crap, this one's in the... Oh my guys, I think we should get in the hole for a minute. Wow, that one's getting bigger down there. See what I'm saying? You want to fight or you want to flight? And we could go enjoy nature. They're down there fighting each other and we're like, no, I get the last portobello. I get the last chanterelle mushroom. Guys, we'll just divide it evenly. How about that? There's no last. If one of us suffers, we all suffer. If one of us gains, we all gain. Right? Wouldn't that be so beautiful? Hanging around with a bunch of people who don't want to fight. All we're doing is running away. You sissy laws. You didn't defend your country. You didn't do nothing for you. Just ran away. Yep. Bye-bye. I'll come back when you guys kill each other. Hey, buddy. This guy looks like he's a Republican. He's dressed in red. He's got a gun. This guy's a Democrat. He's got a knife. Hey! Are you using that? He isn't even moving. Hey! Lisa, ask that guy if he's going to use that knife. I already asked him. He didn't say anything. And hey, hold on. I'm asking this guy if he's going to use this gun. He's not even blinking. His chest isn't even going up and down. I'll tell you what. Lisa, you ask this guy. I'll ask this guy again. Ask this Republican over here if he's going to use that gun, and I'll ask him if he's going to use that knife. And I'll tell you what. If he's not using the gun, and he's not, I'll take the knife. Hey, he's not using it. All right, he's not using it. Stupid idiots. Go ahead, take it. Scavenger perk, bitch. You ever play Call of Duty? Get shit off of dumb dead people who will sit there and want to fight with each other. Democrat, Republican will have abundance, brothers and sisters. There'll be shit laying everywhere. Bunch of dead people fighting with each other, and you can be like, oh, wow, look at this. There's a whole thing of toilet paper in this closet, and they're all sitting there, all killed themselves. Or there's nobody here anymore. I don't think they're coming back. We've been watching this place for 6 months. So does that make sense? That's what I'd like to do. So I'd be willing to buy you with this funding a Toyota 4Runner or a Toyota double cab pickup truck. I don't care about the year. I don't think the money is going to be an issue. Oh, crap. I prefer older. I have a 1996 third generation in the driveway. And I don't know if I would even go out that year, to be honest with you. I do like the 4.0 motor, but that's right. The meek will inherit the earth. Thank you, Lisa. You see what I'm saying? It only makes sense, guys. Meek, not weak. Thank you so much for putting it back to scripture and bringing it back to scripture. You got two modes there, brothers, sisters. Fight, or flight. There's no other way. So in this case, I'm fighting with Elijah to the death using my thing. And then hopefully when I get out of here, I'll flight and we'll go on the road and we'll go catch fish. I'll come hang out with you guys. If Father will let me, I will come on the road. Okay, I got to go see prison, so I will find out where my subscribers at, and we talked about it. I'll come hang out. I should have done it when my son told me, but it's okay. Then this bigger cause wouldn't happen, and Judge Vandenberg would still be a tyrant, and Ted Martin would still be getting away with this. It's been going on out here. This town is coming to life, guys. There are a lot of people who have said, hey, I have more complaints. Josh Bezel, Lance Brown, Sam Birch, Sergeant Rorick, Lily Frank, all these people they're not scared anymore. A lot of them, Stockholm said, but it's starting to spread. I've got almost a dozen cases now, guys, that given people anonymity. I cannot tell you who they are, and I refuse. I will die without ever giving away their names. I promised them the anonymity. If they came forward, I said, I will be the voice for those who feel targeted in this community. So I promised whoever came to me 100%, you would have to kill me before I would ever give up any one of those people's names. I would lose my life before I would give you any of these 10 to dozen people. You can't force me. I've killed the FBI came and tortured out of me. I wouldn't give it up. So there are people who are coming forward, brothers, sisters, and this is I like the old ones, Mom. I do. I have the 96. I really like it because I've never had that anything new like that. I like the 80s but that 96 is nice, the 3.4. It isn't the limited. It's got 290,000 miles. Only paid $3,000 for it because that's all I had when I sold my tractor. So I'd have liked to spend a little more and bought something with a little more miles, but it does run good. It's not clapped out. It's fine, and it's going to work for now. I don't need. Kevin had his $25,000, $30,000, 2000, 2.2 or whatever, the 2.2 is kind of a neat, unique year. 4.0, 4 liter. And we went up Table Rock. He slid in a 4-wheel drive. Oh. Sorry, the cherry come out the stove because I had the door open. He slid a bit in 4-wheel drive, and I went right up it in 2. I mean, that hill was like this too. And I was in 2-wheel drive. And I'm not saying his, but he had a little slide, and then I just put it in 2-wheel drive, just went right up and slide it all. So good little unit. Never had anything that newer. It's got that 3.4. I've never had anything but the 2.7 or I've had a 3.0. Those are, I don't like 3.0. And all they do is pop head gaskets. So it's not like they go completely. Head gaskets top end. So it's not the end of the world. But I like I said, it can gen a lot. And I thought that's what I was going to get because I wanted the 22R because I like the ability of versatility. But I'm telling you, there are so many of those Toyotas newer ones around. I was talking with Kevin, who has a 2014, and there is a ton of those on the road. I mean, a slug of those on the road. And when I talk about something, not just reliability, I'm sure those things will last for. That truck is tight as a drum. His is really low mile. It's like 60 something. It's 2014. That's a crazy low mile for that vehicle. But and that truck will be around in 50 years and be just as tight. It will not be all rattling. It will be tight in 50 years. But there are so many of those. You got to think, if things broke down and there's no parts stores, what are you going to see the most of parked on the side of the road? And that's when I went, holy shit, some of that newer stuff might be better to have, because there's a lot of those 05s to 2017. I think they made that truck for almost 15 years, if that makes sense. And that's got the 4.0 like his. And they made it for a couple years. That's a 2.2, but it still fits all the body parts. You know what I'm saying? So I think those might be the best years too. Even a little bit more. Now I need the 4 doors for my puppies, and I like that back end now with the 4Runner. So I thought I wanted a double cab, but I went with this cheap. I can't afford it. It's $10,000 for a double cab, or I paid $3,500 for the double cab with a back cab permanently. A 4Runner is the same thing. So, and I actually I'm like, oh, I need some. I'm going to cut the back of a 4Runner off so I can have a truck back there. If the dogs need air, I'll let them out the car. So, like, oh, that's all a waste of time. But we get refined over time, guys. So, but this is huge to me. This is as big as the archive that I have back there. I want everybody I know to have a Toyota. I'm serious. I want everybody I know that is wanting to leave and just get away and not fight, have that ability to leave. Get an instinct like a woman's got intuition, if you will. Prognosko was the Greek word, have foreknowledge of. And say, hey, honey, let's go take a vacation, go see some waterfalls I think something's coming. Let's just get the flock out of Dodge. And we got 2 modes, honey, fight or flight. You know what I'm saying? So why fight? Why would not meet a bunch of us out in the woods and we'd be like, hey, you guys want to go set some fall traps, see if we can catch some chipmunks? We'll put it with our Mountain House chicken casserole. We'll have some chicken chipmunk casserole tonight for dinner. Who's going to go collect mushrooms? All right, Lisa, you go and you collect, we be a gatherer and see what you can gather. Who else is in here? What's that, bat shite crazy? Bat shit, can you set any fall traps? Do you know how to set a fall trap? Can you run a trout line? You know, run a trout line? Can you fish? Can you know how to use any kind of weaponry or maybe a wrist rocket or, oh, cool. All right, Eddie's 2 and Eddie's a hunter. Oh, Lisa's like, I'm a hunter too. She said, hell with that. I don't need to gather. Is it where the 3 or more gathering in my name? I'll beg you. We will talk over the word. I want to hunt. Somebody said chipmunk. I got a better idea. I've been following this deer trail and I know they're over there. I think we're all going to eat good tonight. Wouldn't that be better to live than like we live now? Oh, you're so caveman. Oh my God. You guys go out and chase waterfalls and rainbows and see nature. Oh, come on, man. Come over here. There's this big building I want you to see. It's so nice. I like art. I like abstract. I think modern things are neat too, but I'd rather be chasing waterfalls and rainbows than towers and strip clubs, or if you will, whatever. I just, I'm saying city life. So, well, I'm country, guys. I was born in the city, concrete jungle. I grew up fighting for my life and, rolling around in the concrete. But once I spent the night in the back of a truck with a lady next to the lake, and then she brought me out to the woods, and we met with a few of her friends, and we all hung out for a few days in Toyota pickup trucks. I never wanted to go back to the city again. I did. I was like, wow. And that lady broke my heart, but that's okay. Country girls are good. They're nice. I was not that damn heartbroken, but we had a good time and we met some amazing people, and my life changed from that point on. That was 1980 something, guys. Outstanding. Cool, official. That's awesome. I love the woods. I feel more at home, guys, in the woods than I do any other place. I just lay down and let the bugs crawl over me. I don't feel them. Like, I'm sleeping. I got, they'll crawl out of there. I don't care. I'm at home. Like, what the fuck was that? I'm in the woods. I don't care. I'm like, I just become part of the nature out there. I lay in the ferns. Got caterpillars crawling over me, Oh, what was that? I'll be all right. I'm strong. Ow. This kind of stings. Yeah, you'll be all right. Put some dirt on it. Right? So anyways, we got any more minutes? All right, we ran out of minutes. All right, guys, we got one last half hour. Let's finish this strong. 13. Does anybody want to call Ted Martin's office and tell them Mistrial, Tracy, or Elijah Werner, apologize. Mistrial, the number is 1-541-947-6009. You can just say you're an anonymous caller. You don't have to give your name or number. I'd recommend you don't. Just say, hey, watching from this state, Mistrial, Elijah Werner, 1-541-947-6009, and I'll stop doing that at 5 because they'll all close. So that's it. That's my last chance. This is the last half hour we have here. And look at, we're sitting here talking about going to the woods and all that. Yeah. Well, Father will provide no matter what happens. That'd be cool to have my son with me someday again, guys. Enjoy some time. I haven't fished with my son in probably 10 years. God, I'd like to throw a pole in my water with my son. Isn't that crazy when you have kids, you go there and they just outfish you all the time? I mean, you could have all the best tackle. They can throw a piece of shit on a line. The fish like, right? You got all the top Zeeks and all this floating, whatever in there. As kids outfish us, I know you know what I'm talking about. Anybody got a kid, you take them fishing, those they just outfish everybody. Put a pole in their hand and they'll just catch fish all day. You're over there all day patient. Okay, hold on. Move that around here. Okay, you want to switch spots with me, son? All right, Dad. Go over there. He's like, ooh, what the hell? What's going on here? So I know. I haven't fished with my son in probably 10 years. You know what I'm saying, Lisa? You got a kid or whatever, they outfish you every time. Those kids, you watch them, man. The kid, they're big enough to put as soon as Elijah had that little, little pole with the little goldfish, man, he'd throw that thing in the water 500 times in an hour. I mean, he would just, I'm told you, he could walk and talk before he was a year. He was 2 years old. He was fishing pole in his hand, casting that thing out 500 times in the lake. He'd go fish outside. He'd go throw that thing outside before he would 1,000 times, before he'd come in. And he just loved to throw, man. Elijah likes to fish. I miss my boy Elijah. I can't wait to see him. What a strong man to stand. Here he is a half an hour before his trial, and his dad still trying to have his back because he's a good man. So I'll be there tomorrow, guys. I don't know if they're gonna let me be in the same room in the courtroom or not. But even if they do convict him with the mistrial, I will be able to go wherever he's at then, because that order will be up. They can't keep that no contact order. I don't see how they can. There's no trial set for me, and even though they face charges, I don't think they can. I don't think they can enforce that order anymore. I mean, they have a no contact order with me now, but if he's convicted, I can't conspire with him anymore to do, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know how they could keep that. I'll call the courts and say, you can't enforce this anymore. It's a crime of statute anyways, and he's already convicted him. I'm going to go see my fucking son in prison. You fucking wrongfully imprison him, and now I can go talk to him and just hang out with him, and haven't seen him in a while, and assure him it'll be all right. We'll figure these things out. It's nothing that's permanent. It's just part of the process, and I feel like he'll be okay with that because he's this far along and didn't cave in. I haven't gotten a call from the district attorney saying, ha, you fucking punk bitch, Tracy, your son took a fucking deal, and so did your daughter. You're next, you fucking prick. Good luck, asshole. I didn't get nothing like that. So maybe there's some minutes. We've got about 25. If you'll call Ted Martin, the district attorney, and give your state and be an anonymous caller and say, hey, I'm calling mistrial Elijah. There's so many violations. It's unbelievable. But it will be looked at. I've been settled since about a week ago, knowing that it will, if it goes to a court, it's not permanent. You still have the right to appeal. And once he appeals this case, it will leave the county. Once they get their conviction, I will get this out of this county. They're just being greedy, like trying to get, arrest Adriana was a stupid move. She has a massive lawsuit. I believe she took a plea, bar game. But I would have done it if I was her. You know what I'm saying? I would have done it if I was her. Let's say if you didn't have a record, right? You didn't have a record. Your husband, you guys have been together for 5 or 6 years. You think he might go to prison for a while, and you want to support him. You're not going to bail on him. You're going to keep him as your husband, no matter how long he serves. Would you take a misdemeanor charge of hindering prosecution if you just get a misdemeanor and go on felony? If they would stop the no contact orders, you go lay with your husband in bed? I would if I was her, and I think she did, if that makes sense, for something she didn't do. And I think she did. so she can go be with her husband. I'm hoping that's what happened. And they've been able to be together, and I'm the only one who hasn't been able to have any contact. I will know tomorrow, I guess. So patience, right? It's been a long 6 months, guys. May 29th seems like. I think that's longer than 6 months ago. I'm just rounding up or rounding down. Oh my gosh, it's getting cold in here. Let me throw a little more wood on this fire. So, would you take a charge in that case? If you're your husband, I gave you this situation. I think I would, if I was her, I'd say, fuck it, man. I'll just get that shit expunged off my record. I'm not even gonna, if I've never had a prior conviction, she ain't gonna get no more trouble. And probably a year's probation or something. Okay, I would, Lisa. I would for my husband. Hell yeah, I'd be like, fuck, I'm going to be in my bed with my husband. I got some probation. He'll help me. I could be with him again. I'd do it. I'd take a misdemeanor any day. I took 2 felonies for my son to keep him from going to prison because he'd take a deal and he was going to testify on my behalf in that case that I told you where I got him in trouble. And they said because he changed his statement from his original and signed that plea, bargain, if he went back to his first original statement, he would be violating his terms of his release, and they would put him in prison for 6 months for violating his terms of release. And he didn't do anything, remember? So I was like, this was 1 day before trial, like today. 1 day before trial, I finally broke down and said, all right, it's hard to take a deal. I didn't touch that guy and beat him up, steal anything. That motherfucker owed me thousands of dollars. A theft charge? And that dude and I have all the evidence to show. I left with a fucking bill of sale in my pocket. I had $1,929 in my pocket. I had more money than the agreed price. And then some. What the hell? Well, didn't turn out that way. So Elijah didn't know. He'd never been in trouble, and he took a deal. They said they're going to try him as a minor, and they ended up giving him adult charges. That was so fucked up to do to Elijah. He didn't have nothing to do with it. He just thought he was going to go see. He thought it was a surprise. He thought he was going to go see his, girlfriend, kind of. We were going to Ontario, and I think he knew what I was talking about. So he came, and he didn't have any idea we were going to go pick up this food trailer that I was talking about to all the locals. I'm going to get his girls from El Salvador should be the perfect little front for a taco truck. I'm going to buy him a taco truck because there's no work out here. I'm going to get him a taco truck, and I'm going to get her to move out here with him, and I'm going to get that little thing put together, and her name's Adriana. She'd be the perfect little front for that thing. They'll sell tacos for days and have a good living out here, and that was the plan. That's why I went and picked it up, and was going to go to Ontario and surprise them both, but it didn't turn out that way. I picked it up. I had some problems with the vehicle. I pulled her on the side road, and I was fucking state police and sheriff's office and freeze, motherfucker. He called the police on me. I don't know. People do the stupidest things, and they don't always turn out in my favor. So my, ¿cómo está? Muy bien. Bueno. Aquí. How you doing? Orle, Wato. No. So anyways, let me throw some more wood on the shrimp on the barbie here. No, I don't eat seafood right now, but I would. Poquito español. But anyways, poquita or choquita? All right. He's laughing at me. That's okay. No worries. I used to have really good Spanish, guys. I grew up in Los Angeles, and my street Spanish was phenomenal, man. I really could order food and get around and ask directions and people's names. I just had some pretty, not great, but, a broken, informal Spanish was not the best. But, man, I'll tell you, if it doesn't grow up your first language, you lose it. So I really wish I would have had it as my first language. Growing up in LA, though, I tell you, a lot of people I grew up, again, there were Latino, Hispanic people, and they did not when I went to go play at their house. If I wanted food, I had to learn how to ask in Spanish. They made me talk, and it was really good because I dig Hispanic people, man. If you'll speak their language, oh, that dirty Mexican's talking about me behind you. Just don't know how to speak, any Spanish. You freaking don't understand. Anybody's Latino, you think they're talking shit about you. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, they're not talking crap about you, dumbass. just talking about whatever. You just got some kind of chip on your shoulder, you know. These people are feeding you, bringing food onto your table, and you're going to bitch and complain, play video games all day and collect a fucking food stamp check or some kind of, you smoke some Mexican American and now you got Social Security. These motherfuckers come in here and get a job the day they get here. Yeah, all these people coming in here for the last 30 years, they don't want no problems. Most of them don't even have a green card. Just shut the fuck up about it and do their job. Put 10 Americans in an apartment, at a 2-bedroom apartment. 3 months, that place be so fucking torn up, the holes in the wall. The cops called. You can't get 10 Americans to 10 Hispanic people come across the border. They all dress nice, smell nice. I don't like cologne or perfume, but drive nice cars. The house isn't all fucked up. A year later, they get their deposit back. How do you get 10 guys in an apartment without them beating the fuck out of each other? And they don't. They all make a way. Fuck Americans. I can't stand people. I like the Latino people, guys. I have a thing for Hispanic people. Might be because I grew up in Los Angeles, California, but like people get all pissed off because people speak, you know, Spanish. When you go to Mexico and you speak their language, they're like, hey, amigo. Bueno. Oh, ¿cómo está? You know, they'll talk to you. And now what is he saying about me? So I have a really hard time, brothers, sisters. Not all of them. There's dirty white boys. There are dirty Mexicans. There's dirty, you know, nigger is not a term that I grew up in Los Angeles. That means you got a chip on your shoulder. I ain't afraid to walk up to some black guy. Stop acting like a nigger. You're acting, look at you. You're white nigger too. That's an attitude. Oh my God. He said, shut up. Grow up. We're all one race, the human race. I'm a fucking veteran. You think if I got somebody shoot my head off and I've got a man behind my back and he's got more melanin in his skin or his eyes are shaped that I give a fuck about race? You're an idiot. I care about people treat people. That's what I care about. You'll know them by their fruit. So I think Hispanic people are probably as a whole, Latino people, show more familia, agape love than any other nationality that I've ever been around. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, around all of them. I've lived in Hawaii, lived in Alaska, been around island people. So I have and if I could find me a Hispanic wife, I'd make her make me taquiera food all day. And then I would make her sit down carne asada like she never had before. My guacamole will rock it. Nobody can touch my guacamole. All right, anyways. Please, there's a lot of people right now, they're pretty pissed off. For the last 20 years, they came here without a green card, without naturalizing, and then did. And then they see these people coming in here now from Venezuela and getting paid. They're not happy. They earned it the hard way. I know people who have a green card, who naturalized citizenship into this country, and they're not happy about these Latino people coming into this country. I wouldn't be happy either. They're fucking getting paid like those Venezuelans. I'd be pissed if I was from. And you got to understand, guys, people are so stupid that they don't realize since the Obama administration, it's considered OTM. Other than Mexican, there's no Mexicans coming across the border anymore, dumbass. They all went back down there. They just come here and make a bunch of money and send it back home. Do you send any honey to your mom, your papa, or your Mima or anybody? No, you just play video games and you get the new beta, or you go buy some more dispensary weed or get some of your Mexican American Adderall or whatever. You're hooked on phonics or something. I don't know. But no, that's reading. Never mind. Where'd that come from? Work for me. But anyways, I can't stand it. And the problem is there's been El Salvadorians that have come in here. They're not El Salvadorians, okay? You don't call them an El Salvador. They're Salvadorians, okay? Nicaraguans, right? Huh? Argentina, they're all over from Brazil. And these stupid Americans can't tell the difference between a Mexican, dirty wetback, and somebody from Venezuela. They see dark skin and they're like, dirty Mexican. And don't you dare call somebody from El Salvador a Salvadorian a Mexican, because they'll tell you, I'm not a Mexican. Somebody from Mexico will be like, you're damn right I'm a Mexican. They're like telling somebody you're a redneck. Like, call me a redneck. Yeah, I know. I've got it on my truck. proud to be a redneck. So don't sit there and try to call a Mexican and insult a Mexican, because he's going to be like, damn right I'm a Mexican. And don't call somebody from Argentina Mexican, because they'll let you know I'm not Mexican. I am Latino. I am from Argentina. I'm an Argentinian, not a Mexican. Mexicans will let you know. Hey, that's an I'm a Mexican. See how that works, guys? Yes, no, everybody, I think all nationalities are all. I do think that when we do mix, some of the most beautiful people are when we do mix. I like our individual melanin shape of our eyes. I think we're all beautiful people, but when we do mix some of the melanin, and some people, there are some people who are just like stunning, you know, like a Latino person, or like somebody maybe who is from South, Africa, and they have, a very kinky hair and blue eyes, like, whoa, and not things like, wow, they're just, and we're all very unique, guys. So, well, okay, all right. So that's funny, Joseph. And her, it's Italian, okay? It's Italian, Gonna go see Joey, and we're gonna go eat some pizza from the. So Gino says, so you definitely don't want to say, Joseph, hey, Joseph, let's go to the Olive Garden. Shut up, Apocalypse. We ain't going to no Olive Garden. That's not Italian food. That's out of a can, right? You want to go to Little Tony's. I think they're in Burbank. Little Tony's. Oh man, guys, they do a pizza and their pasta there is just unbelievable. And they do a Italian 1000 on their dressing. I've never had another restaurant like it does Italian 1000. It's in Los Angeles. Go to Little Tony's. I'm telling you, their pizza is truly. It's like it's wood, obviously wood fired. Man, I miss that place. I've been there in probably 30 years. So I got to get up and get some stuff in my. All right, we missed out, guys. We're done. All right, we got 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Last calls. If we want to make a call, any one of you guys, I won't talk about it anymore. And I'm done. I've done everything I did. Come to Little Italy in my town in New York, man. Some of the best pizza I have ever had in my life, guys, was from New York. Sicilian New York pizza is cooked. People don't know. And then they pull it back. And then they reheat it up. That's why you don't understand that pizza, like punk rock pizza, we used to call it. That's in Hollywood Boulevard. It's not the name of it. They do a big Sicilian slice and a thin slice. Within 200 years, 100 years, I like that, Dex, or Dev. I like that. I don't really like borders at all. I wish we didn't have borders. If a bird lands on the border of Mexico and America, does it give a shit where it does it know? Does it care? He's just like a bird. Absolutely, Dev. I like that. I don't really like borders at all. They don't make any sense to me. We're all one race. Why can't we figure it out? Why do we got to, I think you should have some area to contain your animals and stuff, but and have some safety. But this borders and stuff, that I just don't like the idea of it. So can I be with you 200 years from now? I'd like to be there in that time. That sounds like an amazing place, Dev, to me. I like that a lot. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, think about that bird landing on the wall. It's like, bye. See ya. You don't care. It's the wall. So it's not even necessary. Yes, greed made borders. I agree that. Califlow, absolutely. Greed makes us pull dirt, shiny dirt, and kill each other over shiny dirt every time. Minerals, resources. Seriously, we're so greedy. We just keep pulling it out of the ground and fighting over it. And it I don't know, somebody keeps taking it because it keeps, 97% of the gold that's been brought to the surface, like even Cleopatra, maybe she wore earrings. You might have some of that gold in it's hard to tell. They don't really, gold's finite. You can blow it up. It don't go away. they take and put a monster box of silver at the top of a smart missile. That's 5,000 ounces and just obliterate it. It's gone. Silver is like gold. So, okay, guys, hit that DA up one time for me, guys. Somebody at least please give me one more call, Father, to this knucklehead. He never called me. I have to go in the morning. It is what it is. I thought maybe somebody might save me and drive me from down there, which I don't mind, and I will do, but for my son, obviously. But can you call DA, district attorney, prosecuting attorney, who's trying to illegally prosecute me and my son, and tell him to... You're not going to talk to him. You just get to talk to the secretary. Out of state, call from this state, and Elijah Werner mistrial. Vacate trial. Vacate trial. Vacate trial. We got 10 minutes. I won't have to talk about this. I've been going for 6 months, man. I'm going to have to go at it again because no matter what they do. But I've pushed as hard as I can possibly push, guys. I thank you guys for anybody who gave any bit of assistance in this last 6 months. I appreciate it. It's very, very difficult time in my life. I do believe this is a cake topper, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have reached a very difficult time that I don't know. And my whole life has been quite the challenge, to be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I get very few points in my life where I can ever remember where, if you use the theory of you get your head out of the water so you can breathe. My head's not out of the water, brothers and sisters. I get pushed down every single time. Anytime I get close where I feel like I can get out of the water and I see that light, he just shoves me back down. And so I can just barely see the light. And it's enough that I don't take a breath and die. And I have enough strength to get to the top. And every time I see that light where I feel like I'm here right now, because bam, I just get shoved back down. But we'll see. One day, I don't know if I could die. I don't know if I'll ever get my head above water, though, brothers and sisters. I thought I did. I don't know what it was. It's during the winter. I thought I was somewhere, and then I ended up breaking my hip. I just working so hard. I thought I was getting somewhere, and I busted my hip, and then bam, oh my gosh, I never broke a hip before, and oh my goodness. That was difficult to deal with. I've had different kinds of back broken, all legs, arms, back twice, A hip is a whole different animal, guys. All right, I got to go get some firewood. Yeah, it could have been, but like you said, greed. Somebody said greed is what makes it walls, and people can't. There's eight families right now that holds over 40% of the world's wealth, and there's children dying in the streets all over these continents. I don't think God ever designed it to be like that way. Actually, God hates capitalism. God hates pride. That's two-story building. It is one upon another. If there's a bunch of one stories, somebody's going to have to be a two-story to beat it. God hates that. So if you live in a city, God hates cities. So you know, God hates capitalism. Yes, he does. God likes community. Small. Well, we're tribal in nature, but just like I was talking, 6, 8, 10, or 12 of us out there, all with overland forerunners, eating chipmunks and mountain house meals combined. Well, maybe we don't have to use any of the mountain house meals because Lisa shot a deer with a blow dart. Amazing. Thank you, Lisa. We're all going to eat good tonight. And holy crap. Mommy ran onto a whole freaking patch of chanterelle mushrooms. It's on like Donkey Kong. We're going to eat like kings tonight. So, you know what I'm saying, guys? I can't imagine what it's... We'll do this, guys. We can do this. We can do this. This can be done. God is paving the way. So, what do we got? Another minute or two? Can I get one more call from you guys? We got 5 minutes. Anybody else, 13 of you, would like to call Ted Martin's office? We have 5 minutes before the office closes. And you can call 541-947-6009, and you could leave a message as an anonymous. You can't leave a message. You can just, they probably might not even answer the phone now. It's so close. Just say Mistrial, Ted Martin, Elijah Werner, and, vacate trial. And we're in the home stretch, guys. I did everything I can do for his trial. I wish I could have sold some land, guys, and got him an attorney, but I tried so hard. I put everything I own up for sale. I would have gotten him an attorney before me. I can't even get my own self an attorney. I've worked hard. I don't feel like I sat around and did nothing. I put 40 acres of land up for sale. 45 acres, actually. And I tried to just get out of one for the payment, which is one of my nicest pieces of land, a 20-acre parcel. So it's not like I didn't try. I sold, some things, but I have, $1,500 worth of payments every month, and I don't have a single dime to my name coming in. It's like I'm $200 short this month, and I've got 3 days to pay rent. Not rent. It's 45 acres of land, and I haven't spent one day working because I've been doing this every day. So this may be the time that I don't pay my land payments after 10 years, but that's okay. I did pay the taxes on it last month. I had to pay taxes on 65 acres of land and pay the 65 acres. No, I actually paid the 20 off, so 45 acres. So it's not easy, so I got to use my time wisely. So we got a minute or two if anybody has any chance to call Ted Martin and leave a message on. You can't leave a message. That's so crazy. You can't leave a message, but you could talk to that clerk, like that clerk is just like Vanderberg. But today Russians killed 9 people in my city. Yeah, the whole thing in Russia and Ukraine is a tragedy. I cannot stand both those. Putins are absolute tyrants, or Vladimir's. Both Vladimir Putin and Zelensky are absolute war mongers. They love death. And I have mad respect for the Ukrainian people who have had to be involved with that, because most of them are very Russian-speaking people. Remember, Russia used to be part of Ukraine, or Ukraine used to be a part of Russia before, Gorbachev tear down that wall. I'm not forgetting. So how would that be like fighting people over in... You're from California and you're over there fighting people from fucking New York, guys. We all speak the same goddamn language. Fuck that war, dude. That's bullshit, dude. I hate that shit. Fuck that. They just ruined the breadbasket of fucking Europe, guys. Ukraine was a beautiful place. Beautiful place. Yeah, there's a lot of, I'm a farmer, so there's a lot of open land, but now look at all those fields are full of ordinances and stuff. They ain't no farming nothing out of Ukraine, guys. So, and I don't want to go there, but I will. It is what it is. I don't support Putin. He's a fucking asshole. He sat there and said that you can't have church like we're having here. You have to have it in the house. So fuck Vladimir Putin. He's a bitch. He is. Sit there and tell people they can't have a gathering. They have to go to some kind of church to have church. Fuck Vladimir Putin, piece of shit. And fuck, all this bullshit. Fuck Vladimir Putin. He sat there and he didn't even give the original. He gives this huge history of Ukraine, and he leaves out for the original history that they went and whacked the fuck out of those Ukrainians. I don't forget my history. I know Ukrainian history better than most Ukrainians. I know Russian history better than most Russians. I had a Russian tell me, Tracy, come over here, man. We like you over here. We want you in Russia. You got 40 acres. We want you over here. Putin didn't even explain the original history. He goes on in this big spiel with Tucker Carlson wearing his little thing, and he doesn't even tell the original history of when they annihilated Ukraine. Oh, we're working together. Yeah, right. Whatever. Bullets and Band-Aids, brothers and sisters. I love my Ukrainian brothers and sisters. I love my Russian brothers and sisters. They're good people. It's these governments that are the problem. We went over there in 2014 in Ukraine and overthrew a fucking elected government. Fuck you, because you don't know your history. literally went against the Donetsk Agreement, Kiev, all that stuff. You guys have forgotten. They were shooting motherfuckers from both sides there. Dude, that fucking was nuts. Sit there and move a legally elected government and put in the chocolate king, Poroshenko. Oh, that's like putting in Trump. It's a fucking actor. They're all actors. We went in and stole America all Ukrainians' fucking gold. We're funding all the weapons labs they're finding, that Russia's finding, and all the fucking Nazis out there that somebody said earlier that weren't taking care of World War II. So fuck you if you don't know your history. I know what he's doing over there. America's the bad guy. There's, 10,000 North Korean troops right now in Russia. And Russia, guess what, brothers and sisters? Russia's our neighbor, you idiot Americans. I live in Oregon. I've been in Alaska. You can fart in Alaska and hear it in Russia. The Aleutian Islands, you've forgotten. Russia's not somewhere. Russia's our neighbor, you idiots. Fucking people are lame. It's a big country, but people think Russia's over there. Russia, I live in Oregon. Russia's right there. Right there. Are you serious? Oh, you got to fly around to get the world. Are you out of your mind? You Americans have lost your mind. You have no idea where you're at, are you? Guys, I got to go for a minute and get some things done. I got to get some more. We hit the thing. I think we hit the 5 o'clock, so I need to settle down here for a minute. Thanks for everyone who called, guys. I appreciate whoever called. Thank you so much. You see that, Mommy? Yeah, Syria. Look at this, guys. This is massive. Bashar al-Assad did not gas his people with fucking fluoride. Fuck you if you think that bullshit. It was the Clinton Foundation who funded all that bullshit. Okay? Bashar al-Assad just left Syria. That is one of the largest things we've ever... The armies are surrounding Damascus. This is going to give him every reason to blow that place up, just like it says in Scripture. Do you have any idea where you're at in Scripture right now? They want us to fight with each other, brothers and sisters. Stop fighting with your brothers and sisters. We all got to be here together. I'm a fucking veteran. I hate that I serve this military. I'm not going to be one of these weak-ass soldiers that kills myself, though. I'm going to go down telling you what we do. We are responsible. We are funding Ukraine. We are funding NATO. It's America, just like it's America that led that commander that led that into Iran with Israel. We fund Israel and Iran. Wake up, guys. Bullets and Band-Aids, just like World War II. Hitler was Times Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. They loved Hitler, guys. They reveled after that man. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And we made bullets and Band-Aids, Rockefellers and Rothschilds, DuPonts and Trumps and Gates. All these families that have been holding this wealth, they send our fucking children into war. The best of the best of the best are 18 to 30. And now in America, just like fucking sick Ukraine, 3 years, a whole fucking Ukrainian generation is gone! And guess what? You paid for it with your subrogation, what I just stole from these fucking courts. So it'll never kill a Ukrainian. Hallelujah. This is how we stop funding this war machine, brothers and sisters. What was done yesterday was history. Yeah, they send their fucking women to war in Ukraine. And I don't think they want that. Guys, they're gone. A whole Ukrainian generation. The average fighting in Ukraine is like 42 years old right now. They either fled the country or they're gone. They send their women to the meat grinder there too. They're gone. A whole Ukrainian generation. You see how fast you don't think it'll happen in America. How long has it been since the COVID? Yeah, and you paid for it with your fucking tax dollars, you fucking killing machine. Oh, you paid for it? That's called an accomplice. You did it. You paid for it. How's it feel to be a killer? You were paid. No, you paid them to kill the whole Ukrainian generation. And the Senate just passed the law where they can draft our women. And posse comitatus means that they cannot use the military in a law enforcement capacity. They can't point the guns at you. Well, guess what? They just repealed that act. Guess what? all those guns are pointed at you now, America, and you just sit there playing your silly little World of Warcraft, where you smoke your dispensary auto flower sitting there with Velcro on your ass all day, not doing nothing. Maybe you're a Mexican American on your medicine cabinet Adderall. Stand up. We, the people, hold the power. All around the world, stand up, nations. We, the people, hold the power. These governments are the problem. Everybody's waiting for a one world government. As you were governanced, lockstep, the sword, your enemy will surround you, the famine, the pestilence, and his promise is always the beast. Executive Order 11004, which allowed the Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. The Waltons, brothers, sisters, the Waltons. World War II, they interned American-born citizens because they didn't like them. Are you on that list now? And put them into fucking work camps, the Waltons. You don't even know your history. Walmart, in cooperation with Department of Homeland Security, see something, say something, a subsidized government corporation. Get in your camp. Happy camp, big old smiley Walmart. See why I don't like that Walmart face? We used to ban people for putting that in here, didn't we? Yep. So they interned American citizens already. They were born here in America, and you don't think they'll do it again? How much you want to bet it'll start in a matter of weeks when Donald Trump executes his first executive? No, this ain't the first time. National emergency. Here we go again. Day one. He said, who knows that he said he's going to do it. The fentanyl issue that we have created. Oh, you don't think they let China bring that shit in here? You're out of your mind. By the crate load. And then all these Venezuelans were flown in here. They created these problems, and now he's going to exist another national emergency to send the military to your door, and they can take women and draft them to war. Everything's going to get better when Trump comes in, huh? Yeah. Okay, whatever. That's why I'm really concerned about my son being put in prison, guys. Because if they declare a national war, how the fuck do I get him out of there? Bad timing, man. Bad timing. But it's God's timing, so I can't question that. So I got to go get some firewood. Cool. So you understand, I don't know if you're Russian or Ukrainian. I don't care what you are. I have love for both Ukrainians and Russians. I don't like the governments. I love all, right? Oh, I love everybody, brothers, sisters. I love all. I don't have any. I don't see race. You're out of your mind. I don't see fucking color. Shut the fuck up. I don't see color. That's not possible. You again, I remind you, I grew up as a white boy in Los Angeles in California. Tracy, everybody tried to beat me up. I don't care if they were Samoan, Hawaiian, Latino, Mexican, Czechoslovakian, Russian, Ukraine. Nobody was nice to me like everybody was. And again, at 17 years old, I joined the military. And again, if a man is trying to shoot my head off and somebody's got my 6 and got his eyes are thinner or he's got more melanin in his skin, you think I see color? You think I give a shit? He's got my back and I got his. You think I care about his color? You think he cares about the shape of my eyes? Fuck no, I don't see color, guys. You think it's not possible, but I only see one race. That's the human race. Although we have more melanin or different cultures or customs, we're all human beings. Now, there's an invasive hominoid species that's trying to kill us on this earth, brothers, sisters. It's called the governments. Pigs. They're pigs. People in government. He said, don't cast your pearls before swine. Really? Mente? Mind. Govern. Control. Mind control. Government. Yeah, see why they took your merchant number? Because they think you're a child. Fiery the angels fell. What in the hell does that mean? Fiery the angels fell. Huh, interesting. Okay, there's no such thing as a fallen angel, brothers and sisters. Angels don't have wings, and fallen angels aren't the sons of God, and fallen angels are not aliens. That's all stupidity. Too much Star Trek, Star Wars, television. So I can tell you that a son of God, according to Scripture, Your brothers and your sisters and your mother are those that do the will of the Father. Those are the sons of God. So that's a nice. Thank you, Joseph. That's beautiful. That's a good one. I heard that. A fallen angel is the word angel is the word angelos. Nobody will study anything. Everybody's a bunch of translators go after transgenderism, trans gods. A single, all-in-one God. That's not God. He's Abba, Father. Remember, he called out, "Why must you forgive them, for they know not what they." Not all one transgender God. That's Satan, a Baphomet. Okay, that one that's locked up in the pit. The messenger, angel, not with wings. The word angelos and messenger are the same word. They don't mean anything. They're the same. So an angel is a messenger. So don't shoot the fucking messenger, please, because I'm giving you the aletheia. So a fallen angel is a fallen messenger. It has nothing to do with wings. They didn't come out of the sky. It's not what it says. And a fallen doesn't mean fallen. It means they're not doing the will of the Father. Therefore, they are not a son of God. So when the sons of God came into the traditions, not women of men, that's what it says. It says Baal, Baphomet, Jezebel. Transgender worship. That's what happened when the sons of God went after transgender worship. Ahab married Jezebel. Truth or lie, you're just an idiot. You don't know your history. That has nothing to do with aliens or fallen angels. Nothing. Zero. Absolutely, that's blasphemy. That has have nothing to do with it. That's whatever this whole fucking world thinks right now, brothers and sisters, that the sons of God came into the women of men, created the Nephilim, and the Nephilim means bully. Doesn't mean giant. Doesn't mean fallen angel. Doesn't mean... It means the word bullshit. Bully is what it means. A liar. You're a liar. You're distributing lies. A demon is what you are. And a demon isn't some kind of a deity, is what little g God. Deity is the word devil, and the word devil was never in Scripture. Because people, the devil, and that's Barack Obama. No, not Barry. I'm talking about the 44th president. That's Barack Obama was his uncle. His name is Barry, not Barack Obama. Barack Obama is in Hebrew means I saw lightning fall from heaven. Same thing. Heaven is not in the sky. So a fallen means you're not doing the will of the Father. And all these people take this stupid thing, fallen angels, and I didn't mean to bounce off what you said, but the angels fell. Angel is the word messenger, and a third of them fell from the ruling class. Not from the sky. And they're not aliens, and they're not have wings, and they're not doing the will of the Father. So there's no wings involved, and they're not. See how stupid people are, guys? This is what television does to people. It makes them believe just a bunch of bullshit. Space? Tell me where in Scripture it says that there's space. Tell me anywhere in Scripture it says there's a firmament. Oh, it does. Firmament? Where's space? Where is space? Where does it say space? Oh, but it says heaven. Well, heaven's not above your head. When God created the the heaven and the earth, that is not below your feet. Earth is not below your feet. That's not what the earth is. Well, we had an earthquake. I know, they just don't use the term correctly. They just make up their own version. An earth is not below your feet. Heaven is not above your head. Look, did you change those two words? You change everything that most people think. Most people think heaven is above their head and earth is below their feet, and they live on a planet when God didn't create even one planet. Not one. Tell me what Scripture, where used, show me Enoch, Jasher, Lilith, all the lost books, any of them, the forbidden. Where does it say the word planet? God didn't create one planet, but people believe we live on planet Earth. What the fuck are you talking about? That's all lies. That has another. 99% of the people believe that, brothers and sisters. You see why I'm so different? Set apart. I'm not above anybody. But we don't live on planet Earth. He wants you to meet him in the sky. That's not above your head. He wants you to carry a cross. He didn't carry a cross. He wasn't hung on a cross. Most people think you just sit down on a church pew one day a week. He said he don't dwell in churches, temples, houses made by hands. That's not where he's at. People believe everything. People think that dead people go to the sky in heaven. Nobody's in heaven. Heaven's not above your head. Unless you have not committed any kind of sin, you'll be with Father then like a child. He said you must be innocent as a child to return to the Father. And that's here, not up here. Jesus is not in the sky. God's not in the sky. Heaven's not in the sky. He wants you to meet in the sky, and that's not in the sky. Huh? You might want to read the word. Because I'll tell you what, the very first people he says, because I read it profusely, he says that he come back and he deals with, or is anybody he even changes even one letter. It's called a false teacher or prophet. There's no such thing as prophecy. That is the word teacher. Prophecy was all fulfilled when he hung on a tree, not on a cross. So yeah, the most of the world believes 99% of the world. I can go do a man on the street. They believe the complete opposite of what is reality or what is definition, not translation. Transliteration is different than translation. Transliterally not changing any definition, either letter or no change. That is called transliteration. Most people are translators. 99% of what comes out of their mouth is translation. Bullshit. All right. It's true, guys. I can't help it. See why I am the weird guy. I'm the crazy guy. If you look at according to the world, I am crazy. According to what everybody else thinks, kind of like Noah was a crazy guy up until the flood, and when everybody's running off a cliff and you're the only one going in the other direction, you look batshit crazy, don't you? I'm that guy. I'm not going in the same direction. I hope we're all headed to the same place, because narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. I'm not in this Broadway, as you can see from my record. I'm not Broadway Tracy, am I? Oh, hell no. You have to willingly give your karak, character. That is the word mark. Not mark, like neat. That's not what it means. Gosh, people are so... See why I told you that I don't match with this world, bro, sister? See why I can't have a wife? See why I can't have any friends? See why my son, he don't even want to be around me like that. I mean, he will, but he's like, Dad, you just have so much craziness around you all the time. It never stops. I know, son. It'll end when I die. It's okay. I'm used to it. After a while, I get used to it, son. I know, but I'm not, Dad. I don't like being around that all the time. All right, I love you, bud. So he can't even deep thunder roll around the shores. Nice. Right. Okay, guys, I got to get before it gets too dark and too cold. I've got to go get some more firewood. And, thank you for everybody calling, guys. We gave it everything we could. I do appreciate the effort. I feel a very good sense of accomplishment. Like, we didn't sit down and, it says in the book of Psalms, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men or good women. It don't matter. Good men, women, we're all one race, remember? To stand around and do nothing. I appreciate everybody to just support the ministry. Even if you are unable to support it in a monetary way, nobody who gave. I swear, if somebody gave me $1 million today, I would not give them any favor over you guys. Whoa, hey. Ooh, it's dark in here. Nobody gained favor, so I do appreciate the monetary ties, but your tithe of time is equal to me in value. It just helps relieve some of the other things that some of the natural stresses. And like I said, look, I was able to pay all my land payments last month. I was able to pay all the taxes last month. And I have, was it almost $900 in land payments with the 5. And I'm only 200 short. $200 short right now. So look how I did good. And I have not worked one day. I've worked, guys, but not like you're saying, because when I work, I normally get the land payments paid first. That leaves me all the time and the rest of the month to do what I need to do. I've not worked one day this month. I have. I've sold a couple things, but I mean, I don't put in a whole day's work. So I feel accomplished that I was able to get everything done. So I feel like Father's really helping, and I appreciate it. So I appreciate your tithe of time is what I'm saying. So, because it's good. I've spent so much time on this, and I said I think not like it was the next couple of days. I don't think they'll answer that anymore, Mommy. I don't think they will. I think they're all done. I don't think they'll answer the phone. You can try and call them again, but I don't think they'll answer after 5 o'clock. They roll up the streets, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, let me find my coat. Where's my coat? Oh, you're such a good dog, little piece in pants. I love my bone boy. You're my biggest bone. Oh, here's biggest Taugie big guy that I love. You guys want to go get some firewood with the dad? Go get some firewood with the dad. With the dad. The mean old dad. Thank you again, guys. I wonder how many people you think called today? Did we get a couple few called? I hope. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. I think Mommy called. I think Teresa called. I appreciate everybody who did. You guys are the best. This is the best channel on YouTube. YouTube. What up, YouTube? Well, I think I'm going to put the beanie on, man. It's cold out there. Let's get the beanie. Let's get the beanie. We're going to wear this beanie. My son Elijah gave me this beanie. So, this beanie my son gave me, it's the Oregon beanie. So, I'm wearing the Oregon beanie, guys. My son Elijah gave me this, so I got to go outside. It's cold. It was brand new when he gave me. Look, I wore the heck out of this thing. It's just getting warm in. But yeah, I kind of been wearing this beanie a lot. I haven't been wearing my other beanies. I've been wearing this beanie a lot. It kind of reminds me of him. So actually, the other day when I was out getting some of his discovery, I went by a copy place and they had a picture. I wish I could have got. I just didn't have any money. I just don't have any money. And they had this in a sticker, and it was the same one. I remember because I noticed it was the same line that said Oregon. I was like, oh, cool. That's the same thing that my son got me, that hat. So actually, when Elijah came to visit, well, he came to turn himself in, but he didn't know that he was going to get, I don't hear surrender. He gave this to me. So my son gave this to me before he went to jail. So if I've worn it a little excessively, it's just because it is. It kind of reminds me of Elijah. So anyways, I'm going to put this beanie on, and I've got to go get firewood. Let's see what time it is. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to put you on hold for 1 second. I've got to look through and see if anybody... I didn't get any comments today, but that's all right. I wasn't excessive.